What is going on, everybody? Welcome to day 2 of the NFL Draft. No technical issues this morning, everybody. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, whatever superstitions you have, we are here. We've got, to many people's request, the Teddy Cam is functional. We have the ability to toggle our grades on command. We've got sound bites, highlights, all on command at my fingertips. We are in for a heck of a night, everybody. Round 2, or day 2 rather, I think it's better than day 1. I really do. The picks come in faster, and this is really where GMs make their money. Impactful picks that don't come as easy as first-round picks. And I'm really excited for tonight's stream, not just because it's the draft, but we have a special unboxing to do, everybody. And if my lovely assistant could maybe get me a knife to open this with. But this isn't for me. This is for you guys, and you may have just seen my address. Don't be creepy. But this is the plaque for 100,000 subscribers. I was really hoping this was going to come this weekend. It came in the mail today, and I am stoked for this. It has been a hell of a journey. This is our 4th or 5th stream, probably 4th, maybe 5th. I don't know. We should probably know that, but it gets better every year. All of you guys, the community, the super chat support. Special shout out to Echo with the biggest dono last night, but to all of you who came in with the super chats, you're already pouring in with the love. Tanner, Christian, Brayton, I see you guys in the chat. But let's pop this sucker open, see what it looks like. I haven't done an unboxing video in a long time. Ugh. These are like super satisfying YouTube videos. So we got a little foam cover on it. The letter reads, do you remember your first subscriber, your 100th, or your 1000th? Chances are you do, and I do. We know you'll definitely remember your 100,000th subscriber. Your fans may have found you while searching YouTube, learned about you through a friend, or maybe you showed up as a recommended video. No matter how they came to your channel, your audience stayed and their numbers increased because of you and the community you built. Thanks to you guys. We're proud to honor your impressive milestone with your Silver Creator Award. Keep creating, keep building. Can't wait to see what you do next. I'm paraphrasing, but very exciting. This thing is shocking. Shiny. Probably a good 2 pounds. About Teddy weight. Teddy, we gotta get you up here to celebrate. No, it's not a treat.
He's shaking with excitement.
And there she is. Right. Sorry, this is awkward trying to go reverse. There it is. You can see the reflection on it. There's Peter Schrager showing up on the plaque. Very cool, you guys. Very excited. Well, that's like the perfect size to put right in between. You don't have to do it right now. Okay. All right. So, the draft is here. Day 2. One order of business as well. Before we start talking some football. Turn Teddy. Do want to give a very special thanks to the sponsor of this stream, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog's been so awesome to work with. They have renewed with me for a whole year, kind of giving me, runway, carpet launch, I believe is the term they say, to promote Underdog. And, with the Pick'em contest that I play, every sporting event I go to, every time I turn on a football game, it just increases your interest in any given game. And then when you hit on those things, it's a heck of a feeling. And the payouts really are great. And best ball fantasy right now is like the place to get in on it. Who are we talking about last night? It was Xavier Worthy being like an interesting best ball pick at this point in the draft because he's going to have individual weeks where he pops off, but someone you're probably not going to want for like your regular season-long formats because in best ball, they just set your best lineup for the week. So if you have Xavier Worthy going for 30 points that week, he's going to be in your lineup. If he's not doing anything, he's not. But you can get in on best ball leagues on Underdog right now. A lot of the league winners come around this time from the people that know their draft and can get those rookies. Probably people that had Puka Nacua last year did quite well in best ball. So got to shout out Underdog Fantasy. They'll match $100 on your first deposit. You can scan that right there or promo code TFG at signup. So huge thanks to Underdog. They've really been incredible to work with. We do have a couple super chats to get to as well. Tanner, are you surprised that Newton fell to round 2? I am surprised. I know his draft prop over-under was like 30.5, so it probably shouldn't be that big of a surprise. We're talking about Johnny Newton here. And now that we got the highlights on command here, we can just show a little Johnny Newton while we talk about him. But, he's a game-wrecking pass rusher. What he did to Wisconsin would be considered assault in all 50 states. It's just pretty crazy that type of impact on the game is sitting there in the second round. I'm surprised Arizona decided to go with Darius Robinson over Johnny Newton. That would have been the team probably that shifted it. But I don't think he's going to last very long unless there's like medical concerns that we don't really know about. But yeah, he's an absolute stud. So I am surprised, even with that draft prop being what it was coming in. Christian, still can't believe the Bears have Caleb Williams and Odunze. Happy day two. It was the first thing I thought of when I woke up. I was like, crap, the Chicago Bears are finally good again. I think it's really finally going to happen for you Bears fans, so I'm happy for you. From Brayton, as a Colts fan, I hope the Titans take Troy Franklin. Woof, man, just hoping the Titans take all the players we don't love. Then we got from Matthew, who do you think has a better pass attack between the Texans and Bears next year? I still think it's got to be the Texans, right? They're year 2 into implementing everything that got going. They brought in Stephon Diggs, CJ Stroud. I as high as I am on Caleb Williams, I think CJ Stroud will probably be the better quarterback within the next year. So you got to go the Texans on that one, but that's saying a lot that we're even thinking about the Bears. Thoughts on who the Panthers picked today? I do think the Panthers, it's time to start thinking about defense. I love what they did for their offensive line in free agency. You brought in Deontay Johnson. You still have Adam Thielen, Jonathan Mingo, who they spent a second-round pick on last year, and then they kind of topped everything off with Xavier Legette, trading up to get him in the first round. You could think about running back or tight end as well to just keep loading up on offense. It'd be hard to argue with it. Just make sure Bryce has literally everything he needs. I haven't been a Miles Sanders guy from the second he left Philadelphia or from the time he was in Philadelphia. So I wouldn't be opposed to them thinking of like a Trey Benson or a Jonathan Brooks or something like that. But they do have needs on defense as well. Edge rush, corner, interior D-line, linebacker. They can really go in any direction on the defense. So if you want an answer for who they pick at 39, if it was me, it's probably either Jonah Elliss or Michael Hall. For them, I have a gut feeling, total gut feeling, no reason to think this. I have a feeling they're going to disappoint me a little bit and take Adisa Isaac, who is a player I think is going to get drafted a lot higher than I'm comfortable taking him. I don't know. I don't want to go any further down that path because it's just a weird gut feeling. I actually had that thought. I took the dogs outside before he sat down, and I was like, who's going to get drafted a little early here? And it was Adisa Isaac. I could see the Panthers being the team that does that. But I would go like Michael Hall or Jonah Elliss would be my guys there. Grim, hope the Packers take the obvious pick for once. Yes, dude. If they could get Cooper DeJean, that'd be so freaking fun. They did earn my trust a little bit with what they did on day 2 last year. I loved everything they did day 2 last year. From Game Effect, thank you for the super chat. And Tanner says, do you think any QBs go today? Yeah, I think at least one will go between Spencer Rattler and Michael Pratt, but probably not till like the end of the 3rd round. I just don't think those guys are 2nd round guys, but keep spinning them. He doesn't like that I keep moving him. He's shaking now. Good boy, Ted. You want a treat? Well, now it's, well, when he stands up now, he's too far in. There you go, Ted. Perfect. I'm seeing Rattler to the Saints would be fun, Tanner. Yeah, I like that as a fit. Somewhere where he's going to sit for a couple years. Like, maybe Atlanta. They need another quarterback, right? Oh, that Michael Penix pick last night was so unexpected. So unexpected. Prediction, Troy Franklin is a Bill in about 5 minutes. It's not a bad prediction. I could see it. I could see they had the 28th pick. I could see if they were looking at it like, well, there's 3 deep threats we like. Troy Franklin, Xavier Worthy, and Xavier Legette. Let's trade down, get a bunch of picks, and take whichever one's left at 33. So I could see it. It's not a bad take. Brendo says, I know you a lot of Troy Franklin questions. So we think Troy Franklin's coming off the board early here. I know you aren't a big Troy Franklin guy, but how would you feel if he went to the Ravens? He would fit the role they wanted with OBJ. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I'm just not a Troy Franklin guy relative to where a lot of the conversation was with him kind of in the earlier draft process. Like 1st round, early first. I think Troy Franklin, 2nd round of the Ravens, is perfectly good value for him. And I agree, like, we've talked about the offensive line being a big need for them, but they need wide receiver. They addressed corner last night. I actually really like the cornerback pick for them. I think that's a more impactful pick than even a guy like Jordan Morgan for them because who they were linked to taking at 30. Obviously, the Packers took him first, but I mean, if you can hit on that superstar corner, that's a lot more valuable than like an average tackle. So I really like what the Ravens did last night, and yeah, Troy Franklin, I think again would be a more impactful pick than Patrick Paul, who I don't have a ton of faith in, like in the 2nd round. So. What would you think about a Browns trade up for Colson, Newton, or Suamataia? Newton would be the guy I would trade up for the Browns. I would not trade up for the other guys. I would let the board just come to you. You know, Colson and Suamataia, it's like if I miss out on those guys, I can live with myself. Johnny Newton, though, it's like we didn't have a 1st round pick if I'm Cleveland, and if you can jump up 13 spots and get a guy that probably should have gone in the 1st round, it's like you're stealing that. Kind of, I mean, I felt that way about Jones, the tackle they took last year. I think they traded up to get him early. From Brayton, have I finished the Javon Solomon draft profile? I haven't yet. I didn't get to watch as many guys today as I thought. Ran out of steam after the stream last night. Got a nap this afternoon. It was quite nice. But I have seen some Javon Sullivan. I saw him at the Senior Bowl. He's got a ton of juice, burst off the edge. He's got that unique kind of profile where he's like 6 foot, 230 pounds. So he's always winning the leverage battle. But, you know, length and power, probably a little bit of an issue there. So he's a day 3 option. I think he's probably never going to be like a great starter or anything, but as a designated pass rusher type, I could see Javon Solomon coming in as a 4th round pick and getting some sacks, making an impact on a defense. Thank you, JT Anderson. Omar Khan continues to impress after last year. Yes, sir. That's the new Steelers general manager, if I'm not getting that wrong. Agreed. They had a great draft last year. I think Fontenot, outstanding pick at 20 for the Steelers. What team is the best fit for Johnny Wilson? I can't help but see him as a starting receiver. I like Johnny Wilson a lot. 6'6", freaky type of prospect. I don't know that there's a team that he there's a specific scheme fit that he kind of has to go to. For me, it's more about just does his weird profile translate to separating at the NFL level? But we're watching some of these clips. He has an interesting release style. Right here's a good example where he just uses his frame and long strides, but pretty good acceleration with his size to just get open. So for me, it's I think he could play big slot. I think he could play outside X wide receiver. I mean, you can see the kind of subtle jab step in that route right there. There's a lot to like in Johnny Wilson's game. I think he's definitely a sleeper in this draft. I do think put him with a good quarterback. Maybe the Chargers, honestly. Your Mike Williams replacement, Johnny Wilson, 3rd round, could be a good fit for him, but I'm a fan, man. I really am. All right. From Raging Crocodile, do you think Seattle trades up to take interior O-line? I think they should. I definitely think they should. Are they a team that values that enough to trade up for it? I guess we'll find out. It's hard to predict if they will. They don't have a 2nd round pick. Aaron Anderson, thank you for the super chat. Miguel, how's it going? Do you ink the Chiefs in to go offensive tackle today? Yes. I think 2nd or 3rd round, they will take a tackle. Patrick Paul feels like a Chief to me. Crazy length profile. Feels like someone they could work with. Wouldn't have to start right away. That would be my kind of prediction is Patrick Paul for the Chiefs. Maybe it's just because he played in a white and red Houston jersey in college, but I definitely think 2nd or 3rd round. There's other options too that I like. They could stay close to home with a Javon Foster, Christian Jones. It's a deep tackle class. If they're lucky, they could get a Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame, who I like. So there's definitely a lot of names there for the Chiefs today. Do I think Malik Mustafa makes it to the 3rd round, hoping my Seahawks can get him at 81? Dude, Malik Mustafa in a Seahawks jersey is a great call. Not only in that system to be the sort of box safety Kyle Hamilton role, but I mean, just the aesthetic. This is the team that had not Jamal Adams, not Derwin James. I'm offending Seahawks fans right now. Cam Chancellor. I'm not saying Malik Mustafa is Cam Chancellor. Nobody is. But if there's going to be something like a Cam Chancellor in this draft, I think that's Malik Mustafa, who I think can play up top, can go deep. Like in this clip right here, nice pass breakup, rotating into single high. Definitely can play cover 2 shells, but that'd be a great system for him. Not to be their free safety, but to be either the Geno Stone role or the Kyle Hamilton role. Really exciting player. So I do think he'll be there in the 3rd round. I'm uniquely high on him. He's tied for my highest safety ranking out there. So we'll see. We'll see where he goes. I'm a huge fan. I'll be excited if he goes even today. He might sneak into the 4th round. And I recognized that when I made him my number 1 safety. I just like him that much. Kind of sticking my neck out for him a little bit. How would I have felt if the Jets took JJ or Nix? I think it would have made more sense than the Falcons doing it. Anna and I were talking. We went out for lunch today. I feel really bad for Kirk Cousins after it's kind of come out that they were completely blindsided by that. We talked about that last night, but we didn't really know. And I know your question was about the Jets, but they didn't go that route. I think it's a good pivot to talk a little bit about like why would you sign Kirk Cousins and then make that pick if you had any feeling that you might go quarterback and a quarterback who's 24 years old, who's ready to play right now, to spend the 8th pick on that guy? Like, Kirk Cousins has every right to be pissed if they didn't communicate that to him. We live in Minnesota. Kirk loved it here. He would have loved to come back. The money was there in Atlanta. Minnesota loved him. Taking his shirt off, banging the drum for the Skol chant. Like, I wonder if Kirk's sitting there like, is this a void of contract situation? Can I go back to Minnesota? Because this is stupid. It was one of the more like crazy, unforgettably unpredictable picks that I can remember. But yeah, to answer your question, I think it would have been fine if the Jets went that way, but I just think, they didn't bring in Aaron Rodgers to piss him off like the way the Green Bay did. I think they're just like, yep, we're going to ride or die with Aaron and try to win a Super Bowl with him. So it definitely was not a surprise that they did not go that route. From Will, what are we thinking for Washington at 36-40? Offensive line and defensive line for Washington. You've got your quarterback, time to build the trenches as you kind of have to do in that division. You have to deal with really good O-line play, at least from the Eagles, and the Cowboys are hoping to have good O-line play, as are the Giants. They're a little bit shakier, but especially defensive line. It's the best pass rushing division, especially if you're Washington, because the Giants' pass rush is only getting better, bringing in Brian Burns. The Eagles and their D-line doing their thing, and the Cowboys with that pass rush. Like, you've got to make sure you have an O-line, or Jaden is going to get killed out there. So, for me, it's the pick shit. It crashed.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay. We're back. Teddy ate the Ethernet cord. That's what we're going with. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't continue to happen. If it does, we'll pivot back to the software we were using last night. So it'll be okay. Obviously, we don't want that to happen, but we can adapt just like we did last night. But let's just pick up right where we were. Washington, for me, I'm looking at really my favorite day 2 offensive lineman at this point. Is Blake Fisher. Though that said, Jackson Powers-Johnson is still there, the center out of Oregon. So he could be an option for you as well. But I definitely think for Washington, you focus on that O-line and then defense after that. They did a good job, Washington, to kind of sign a bunch of dudes, fill out the roster, have an adequate defense that you hope Dan Quinn can kind of elevate as the defensive head coach coming in. But O-line is definitely number one for me. All right. This is going to be perfect. We're going to be just caught up on Super Chats right as the Bills pick comes in. From IDEK, did you happen to get to Cole Burgess, D3 wide receiver from Cortland? I did not. Unfortunately, I got to 40 wide receivers this year. And Cole Burgess was not one of them.
Make sure we get to him.
Okay. Can you do that? Cole Burgess from
Burgess or Burgess?
Burgess with a B.
All right,
From Cortland. Where is Cortland University? I've never even heard of that. Monty, will the Jets trade up to day 2 for a wide receiver? I don't know if they have to. They do have a 3rd round pick. They pick like 75th. So you could definitely, depending how the board is going, still get a very talented player there. So I don't think they have to, but they could. I think they have 3 4th round picks now after the trade down yesterday. Does that sound right, Jets fans? So you could definitely package some of those guys and come up for an extra piece. The Bills pick is in. They're not trading down for a 3rd time. So we'll get that in a minute here, but the last super chat here from Parker. the Seahawks, what guard would I pick for them? So keeping it realistic with the third round options, because they don't have a second rounder, I think like Mason McCormick around that range for them would be awesome if he could fall for them. I mean, Cooper Beebe is I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world that he could fall. Cooper Beebe is a top 50 player for me on my board, so I would be very surprised if he fell. But Zach Zinter could be an option, someone that Mike Macdonald would be familiar with. Mike Macdonald, the new head coach. Is the notification thing going nuts right now? Also, my camera is not focusing on me. But anyway, Mike Macdonald, familiar with a guy like Zach Zinter out of Michigan, would have coached with him 2 years ago when he was in at the University of Michigan. So there's a couple names for you there. Also, I mean, center, it's a very deep interior offensive line for round 3. So you got guys like Cedric Van Pran, Bo Limmer, Hunter Nauerzad, Christian Mahogany. A lot of people like Dominique Puny. I was a little bit lower on him. I got a 4th round grade on Puny. Okay, pick is about to come in. We actually are not even close to caught up on Super Chats. You guys are popping off, so thank you. But we got the Bills selection coming in. Former Bills DB Aaron Williams announcing the pick. Always fun to see who's announcing the picks for these teams. Here we go. Keon Coleman, there it is. All right. So, I love this pick. I really do. I was surprisingly pretty high on Keon Coleman. I was. And it's tough because he didn't produce a ton in his final year. He isn't a fast guy. He ran 4.6 something, right? I can pull that up real quick. I think he ran 4.62, 4.61. I don't have control of my mouse right now because my lovely wife is updating the graphic for us. So let's pull this up. So he ran a 4.61 on the dot. So I was surprised I liked him, but I saw a little bit of kind of Michael Pittman in his game, that kind of basketball background, boxes dudes out for catches. I thought they underutilized him as a rack threat, a run after catch threat, which made sense because they had Jaheim Bell, they had Trey Benson, they had guys they liked to get those easy catches, but I do see a guy kind of like Michael Pittman, where he can be a little bit dangerous after the catch and be a little faster with the ball in his hand. He's got good game speed in that way. And then, I mean, he is, in terms of the ability to win balls down the sideline, he is everything they wished they would have had over the years in Gabe Davis, honestly. So definitely fits in with them. And I like this pick for them. So, hang on, sorry, I'm just having a fix. Okay. So we are going to go with a love it grade on Keon Coleman. He was clearly their guy. They traded down twice, and I like that. That was their strategy. If they knew they could get him later, get a bunch more picks. So our grading system for the picks today, we have certified steal, which I only want to utilize for like crazy insane value and good fits. We've got love it. We've got like it, which is like a B. We've got fine. I've got questions, and then just straight up hate it. So that's what we're working with today. The Chargers have traded up. So here we go. All the talk about the Chargers yesterday was, how dare they not draft a receiver for Justin Herbert? They go Joe Alt, blue chip right tackle. So they set up an elite tackle tandem. Now, can they come up, and could this be an Adonai Mitchell or even a Troy Franklin, who I think Herbert could elevate a guy like Troy Franklin into a really good player? That is an absolute haul. Chargers fans were just, and I'm sorry, Chargers fans and I, we have it at each other right now because I've said a negative word about Justin Herbert once, but they were acting like it was the end of the world because they didn't use their first round pick on a wide receiver. And I'm like, look, I get wanting Malik Neighbors. I do. It would have been a great pick, but you don't find elite talent like that on the O-line outside of the first round. We see elite talent at wide receivers coming out of the second round, third round all the time, especially when you're talking about guys that get to work with, elite quarterbacks. So if you walk out of this with Joe Alt and then they use this 34th pick on a guy like Adonai Mitchell, who I think would be a fantastic guy to bring into this new regime and just kind of, they're going to try to win this year, but this is probably a little bit of a rebuild for the Chargers, so he doesn't have to be like dominant right away because Mitchell is a little bit, I don't want to call him a project, but a little bit less proven. But let's see what they go, because this could just not be a wide receiver. This could be someone like Cooper DeJean or Jerrian Newton, which, by the way, would be really good picks too. I like them coming up because there's some really good football players sitting here. Here we go. Ladd McConkey. There's your wide receiver. Let's go, Ladd. Yes, my wide receiver 5 in this draft class. Love this pick for the Chargers. I think I even made it in one of my mock drafts for them. A guy that can absolutely do, I would argue, everything Keenan Allen does. He is a great slot wide receiver. Genuinely, potentially the best. There's been a lot of great route runners, but he is up there, Ladd McConkey, with Jerry Jeudy. Who else comes to my mind? Marvin Harrison Jr. this year. He's up there with the best route running wide receivers I've ever watched for a college receiver. Incredible athlete, underrated speed, and he's not tiny either. I think he's just under 6 feet, but he can, he's got some length. He's got some long speed. He can be a decent vertical threat for them as well. So I love this pick for the Chargers. What a draft for them. Really excited for him. He's going to be, I hate saying this because I know a lot of people in my Dynasty League are watching, including my wife. But he's going to be someone.
Shout out that your wife kicked you.
Yeah, she got second place. I'm picking number 1. So that's where we're at in this household. But Ladd's definitely someone you should draft pretty high. And again, shout out to Underdog Fantasy as well for that one. We got to put the QR code back up there. I will be targeting Ladd in a lot of drafts because not only is, I like his future outlook, but God, you put him in here right away. This dude's going to get peppered with targets. He's going to be a guy that in that offense, they're throwing the ball to 7-8 times a game. So, dude, the Chargers fans were bitching and moaning because it's like, oh my God, we're ignoring wide receiver. It's like, relax. This draft class is amazing. You have the 37th pick. You can now take a deep breath. You got your tackle. You got your wide receiver. Chargers are killing it, man. Absolutely killing it. Let's do some super chats here. Got a lot to catch up on. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats. Like, this is just crazy, man. It just blows my mind how amazing you all are out there in this community to make this whole thing possible. But we have Jiffy. Would Fisher be a good fish? Blake Fisher for Baltimore at 62. I know it's lazy to say this, but pretty much any team that doesn't have 2 bookended tackles in the NFL, I think Blake Fisher would be a great pick for you from this point forward. I think he's really good value in the second round. True junior out of Notre Dame. Good athlete, good technique, good play strength. Very few true holes in his game for a young guy. So really my answer to the Baltimore Ravens at 62 would get slapped with that certified steal tag on the draft grade. But really for any team. So the Falcons are trading up, by the way. They, I would think, are targeting a defensive player here at 35 after going Michael Penix. But who knows? Maybe they just want to continue adding a security blanket at quarterback and go with a Michael Pratt. Oh, Teddy Cam. Sorry. We'll try the Teddy Cam again. I don't know if that's what caused the app to crash earlier, but there he is. I think we are potentially overloading the app that I'm using, and that's why it's crashing. So we'll see if it holds up. But got to get Teddy Cam as much as we can. Right, Teddy? You want another treat? You want another treat? Oh, you see this bag. Teddy wants the bag. He wants the whole bag. Here you go, bud. We do love the Teddy Cam. Okay, from Clement or Clemente. Sorry if I'm not getting that correctly. You were all over with the Super Chats last night, so thank you so much, and thank you for coming back tonight. But Seahawks fan, hoping we trade up in the second round for O-line help. Who do you think the best available guys are? So we actually had identical questions there on the same topic. I mean, it is probably one of the biggest remaining team needs here on day 2 is interior O-line for the Seahawks. They passed on it in the first, which was not a big surprise given their draft history, but I think the names we went with earlier were, Cooper Beebe, obviously, if he were to fall, I would like him. Christian Haynes, if he were to fall. Hell, Jackson Powers-Johnson, who apparently has injury concerns. If he were to fall, that'd be crazy, but those are probably less realistic. I think Zach Zinter, we made the Michigan connection. He would have been coached. He would have played opposite of Mike Macdonald. Mike Macdonald was the defensive coordinator at Michigan 2 years ago. So there would be some familiarity there. That would make sense. I'm a big Zach Zinter fan. Mason McCormick, Zach Frazier, Cedric Van Pran. All those guys would be excellent targets for Seattle. The beauty is they need centers and guards, so they can kind of just go with the best available with those positions. All right, Falcons selection is coming in from Andre Rison. I think that's how you say his last name. The receiver from the 90s. I was born when he retired, so forgive me if I'm getting his name wrong. What are they moving up for? Here we go, Atlanta. Wow. Ruke Orhorhoro.
Even he paused when he said it on the.
Did he?
On NFL Network.
He was like, he pulled up the card. He's like, his life flashed. His life flashed before his eyes. He's like, oh, row. Okay. Don't love it. Thinking of my grade here. I kind of honestly hate it. Sorry. Yeah, that's when people take the screenshot of me hating Ladd McConkey. Chargers hater. I knew it. I kind of honestly, if I'm being really honest, like, why? I'm really questioning the Falcons front office at this point after the Penix pick last night, how they've handled Kirk. And now you're taking Ruke Orhorhoro, good player. You know, the last time they drafted an undersized defensive tackle out of Clemson, it worked out okay for them. I think that's where Grady Jarrett was from. But, bro, I've got 3 defensive tackles ranked higher than him, specifically Johnny Newton, who should have gone in the first round. If you're trading up, officially hate it. Falcons, pardon my French. What the F? What the F are you doing? Seriously. You're trading up to reach. That is horrible process. Horrible. Ruke Orhorhoro, to me, I think I missed a row in there. A row, is a solid player. I think his average range of outcomes is a DT3 in the league, a very good one that gives you 25, 30 snaps a game, defends the run, can rush the passer a little bit. tested really well. I think he looks athletic on tape, but he doesn't look like an elite athlete like he tested on tape. I'm showing you the film right now. You can judge that yourself. But to trade up and take this player that, for me, it's like, okay, if he's there for you at 47 and he's your guy, that's great. But to trade up and take this guy to pass on, in my opinion, Johnny Newton, who is an absolute game wrecker, a first-round value, a true first-round grade, I think that's horrible. Let alone I like Michael Hall better. And then if you really want to argue about it, like when you talk about the trade-up situation, I think Kris Jenkins out of Michigan is another. I have him ranked ahead of Ruke. I think they're very similar tiers of prospects. So to get antsy and jump up for that player when there's all these guys available, I think that's horrible. I think that's probably the worst pick of the draft so far, is the Ruke Orhorhoro, when you factor in the trade up as well. So yikes, Atlanta. Yikes. Are the notification alarms, is that annoying people? Because I can... Here, I don't really like it. I don't like hearing the alert box. I'm going to delete this alert box and see if that goes away. Okay. Want to catch up on Super Chats because you guys have been so incredible. Thoughts on if the Raiders take Spencer Rattler at 42? I wouldn't. I would take give me, especially if Blake Fisher is still there for the Raiders. Would rather take the right tackle, worry about quarterback later, risk that Rattler can go to you in the third round. It wouldn't be. I wouldn't hate the pick if the Raiders took Spencer Rattler, but it's not the direction I would go yet. I think he's a fine enough prospect, but I just would rather fill the needs on my team out with real good prospects, and then if the opportunity presents itself, like I picture Rattler in that sort of Matt Corral risk range, the Desmond Ridder risk range, that type of third round, fourth round guy. Second round for me on him is just a little too rich for me. Okay, the alert bells are definitely here. I'm gonna try that as well. The mini feed. All right. Are we okay for... Well, that was a Chargers question from Lee, and the Chargers made your question moot by trading up for a great wide receiver. So I'm happy for the Chargers, man. That's a heck of a move to go get Ladd. I'm gonna sneak one more super chat in before this Commanders pick is announced. Taco says, I took Jadavion Sanders at 36 and Adisa Isaac at pick 40 in my Madden franchise. Is that too early for those two? It's definitely early for me for Isaac. I am not an Adisa Isaac guy. I didn't see the skill set from him. I saw a good athlete with a below average skill set, a high effort run defender, but that is early for me. Give me a Jonah Elliss over him. Give me a Marshawn Kneeland over him. Give me a Braylon Trice over him. Even Chris Braswell. I think those guys are all much better pass rushers than Adisa Isaac. But we did hint earlier, for those that were in here, that I think Adisa Isaac will get drafted a lot earlier than I would take him. And I'm going to be definitely having some takes if that happens. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was the Commanders, because the last time Dan Quinn got a Penn State pass rusher, it worked out pretty well for Dan Quinn in Micah Parsons. We also got a question from Gamer Bomber. Thoughts on the JPJ slide? There's word about potential off-field issues. I haven't heard anything about off-field issues. I've heard, like medical, I guess, is off-field. I don't think there's any character concerns with him. I think there is a lot of medical stuff that I've definitely heard people bring up. So if you got medical concerns and it's a center, the NFL just typically doesn't value centers quite as high. But I don't know. I mean, he should come off the board relatively soon, in my opinion. But I don't know the medicals. That's the hardest thing for people like us outside the building. Like, if you ran his physical and it's like, yeah, this dude's knee is going to be non-existent in 3 years, you definitely don't draft him too early. And then also, Mac Doggy, thank you for the super chat. We just addressed Spencer Rattler. I think is more of a third-round prospect, in my opinion, than a second. Wouldn't be the end of the world if someone took him second, but I wouldn't be like obsessed with it. If they did that, I'd be like, all right, we'll see where it goes. It's earlier than I would have taken him. Man, thank you as well for the super chat. You are being good, Teddy. He's like, I don't know. When I sit still, I get treats, so.
Oh, man, he is taking a minute to
He
announce
is.
this pick here.
He is fired up. Okay, here we go. Washington's pick is coming in. There it is. Johnny Newton. All right. So Atlanta just showed their whole entire ass. Whoops. That's not what I meant to click. I'm trying to get the hated off of there before we update it. Yeah, Atlanta just showed their whole entire ass to the league. Johnny Newton goes with the next pick. This is a certified steal for Johnny Newton, Jerrion Newton, which I suppose if that's what they're going to announce his name as, is Jerrion, we should go with Jerrion. I was curious. Is it Johnny? Is it Jerrion?
Well,
Does it not matter?
His mom is watching.
His mom
Would
is
not
watching.
Let him be Johnny on there.
Okay. Well, it makes sense then. Yeah, man. I mean, he's a monster, dude. This guy should not have fallen. I was like maybe ever so slightly lower on him because I was really high on Byron Murphy. There was a big debate between Byron Murphy, who went 16, and Johnny Newton. I think it was a very legit debate. It wasn't very close in my mind because I think Murphy is a much better run defender. But you could argue Newton's the higher floor pass rusher because his pass rushing skill set is so great. I mean, he's an incredibly technically polished pass rusher that has done it for 2 straight years in the Big Ten. So, amazing pick for Washington. I love this for them. I don't really care that, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen are all there. They took in the second round. They took, or was that 2 years ago? They took the Alabama guy that hasn't really done much. I can't remember if that was last year or 2 years ago. But they'll find a way to get these guys out on the field together. They really will. Dan Quinn is creative like that. And I think, Jonathan Allen's not getting any younger. So when a player like that falls and you're in a new regime and just take the amazing players, valuable positions, and then I do need to see them go offensive line in a couple picks, because if you're throwing Jaden Daniels out there with that offensive line, I'm going to be concerned, but you can't really pass on Newton at that point, so I like it. Okay, Jalen Polk to the Patriots. Not crazy about this. I'm a little lower on Jalen Polk. It's poor Drake May. Okay, I don't want to come off too harsh on this because I do think Jalen Polk is a very high floor, good football player. I'm a little worried that I'm going to be too low on him. He reminds me so much of the wide receiver the Packers took last year. Why can't I think of his name right now? This is important. I got to get the Packers. I should know the receivers on my own football team. I really probably should, but here we are. We're looking this up. Dontavion Wicks. Very similar skill set. Wicks is like a really exciting wide receiver for Green Bay, right? With Polk, it's early for me to go Jalen Polk here. Just it's also another player. Like, why does New England hate speed at wide receiver? Why do they, other than the one time they took the kid out of Baylor, like, why do they hate speed? I just want some separation in there. You just took a quarterback that can take advantage of the entire field. Why do we need these, like, ultra physical tough guys in there? It's not a bad pick. Like, it's not a horrible pick, but it is definitely not the direction I go. I just don't know that he's going to be a high impact wideout when you got Kendrick Bourne is kind of redundant for this type of player. I mean, maybe Juju's knees are just entirely gone. You have KJ Osborne. Like, I just would have swung for an Adonai Mitchell who's still out there, a Troy Franklin even. I mean, a lot of wide receivers have gone. Jalen Polk is probably 5 wide receivers down the board for me. So in that regard, it's not a obscene reach. But again, I have a 3rd round grade on Jalen Polk. I know a lot of people really like him. I think he really benefited from getting to body up college corners with Michael Penix's hyper accuracy down the field. So I have questions about this pick. I think getting an O-lineman here with more value when that's also a need. Thank you, chat. Tyquan Thornton is the Baylor receiver that I was thinking about. I think Jalen Polk will be a solid physical player. He'll be in the mix for their starting wide receivers year 1, and he's probably going to be around there for a while. 500, 600, 700-yard wide receiver. Probably going to be a good red zone threat, good run blocker, good run after catch threat. But I just don't see, like, standout traits from Jalen Polk to spend a top 40 pick on when you're really trying to surround Drake May with difference makers, right? I just don't know that Polk's going to be a difference-making wide receiver. It's just my take on him. I don't know, man. Got some questions. All right. Let's keep getting at these super chats here. We got a commercial break. Steve Samsell, thank you, my friend. You're watching the show with your 3-year-old Maeve.
Oh, sweet.
Glad you guys are enjoying the show. We're happy to have you. From Johan Smith, any more Florida Gators that could go today? Not on the defense. Offensively, no. No, not today. There's a couple guys in the 3rd round. I know they have a center, Aguakin, I think, should go in the 3rd round. Yeah, I don't think we see a lot of Florida Gators this year. A lot more Gators last year around Anthony Richardson. You want him to eat? Yeah. Come here, Ted. Come here, bud. Go eat.
All right, our home team is about to be picking here. Oh, sorry. Nope. There was a trade.
We moving to Nashville now?
Hey, I wouldn't mind.
Go hang out with Mike Renner. All right. From Game of Fact, Niners are shopping Debo. Packers or Jets 3rd. I think you could get a 2nd for Debo, but yeah, dude, if you're the Jets and the Packers, you can flip that for Debo. Definite scheme familiarity with the kind of Shanahan connections there. So I would absolutely do that for the Packers or the Jets. If I'm the Niners, what's the point in trading him for a 3rd this year when you could just let him walk in free agency and get a 3rd for him next year, right? So I would not like that for the Niners. As a Packers fan, obviously, I would do that. Take him from the Niners. I don't know if the Niners would trade him to the Packers. That's the thing. Okay, Titans pick is coming in. ZEZ, most surprising slide so far. I'm going to go with Cooper DeJean. I really felt like someone would have taken him in the 1st round because I don't think it's a medical thing with him.
Did nobody show up to his birthday?
Nobody showed up to his birthday party. That is right. Great shout out. That's about the only movie quote. Whoa, T'Vondre Sweat going to Nashville, the party city. Okay. All right. So the NFL doesn't care about the DUI he got 3 weeks ago. Interesting. So as a football player at 38 for the Titans, I love this pick. He's the rare 3-down nose tackle in that he can play early downs and stop the run, but also get after the quarterback. Most of the time, you take a 350, 360-pound dude, you ask him to go get past an offensive lineman, they don't have the speed and quickness to do it. T'Vondre Sweat does, and he's ridiculously powerful. But, yeah, he's a party animal. He's 365 pounds. There's questions about his durability. You got the Colts logo up there, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Give me a minute.
But yeah, he's got questions in terms of, is he going to take care of himself? Is he going to be a professional? It was a DUI for smoking pot as opposed to alcohol. You can debate what that means to you. It doesn't make a big difference to me. Either way, it's illegal. So, and I have no tolerance for DUIs either. So, it's a risk, but I don't know that the football player is that big of a risk. His tape is really good. I have said that his tape to me is better than Jordan Davis's was, who was kind of the last sort of potential 3-down nose tackle type. Now Sweat is 2 years older than Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis will be going into his age 23 season in the NFL, whereas T'Vondre Sweat just had that. So take that for what it's worth. But I thought as a pass rusher, he was more refined. And honestly, as a run defender, I felt like he got off blocks a little bit better than Jordan Davis. So I totally understand why the Titans would take this player. You have the Ravens scheme coming in where they had Michael Pierce and Travis Jones. They like their odd fronts. They like their nose tackles. So it's a risk. The Titans took the riskiest player in the draft a couple years ago in Caleb Farley. We raved about it on draft day, and the dude basically never played for him. So I'm just going to say I like it. I had more of a third-round risk profile on him just because of the off-field stuff, but it is still kind of a pick that's hard to argue with because this type of player, there's no one else in this draft, and maybe for two more, it might be 2 more drafts. Jordan Davis was 2 years ago. It might be 2 more drafts before the opportunity to get a guy that can basically impact the game like the Rams just made the most Rams pick ever, by the way. We'll get to that with Braden Fiske. But I lost my train of thought, but I think we kind of wrapped it up there with Sweat. Okay, so the Rams go with Braden Fiske. I'm gonna stand by my tape grade, my analysis. I was kind of on an island with this one, but I hate it. I was not a fan of Braden Fiske's tape. He tested unbelievably well, right? As a defensive tackle. Just crazy athletic profile. And you watch his tape and it shows like his quickness, his get off, the speed, his change of direction. My take on Braden Fiske is that somewhere along the road when he was in college for 6 years. That's a part of this whole thing. But somewhere along the road, a coach did him dirty because he's got tiny arms, 30 and a half inches, which is like second percentile for interior offensive linemen. But to me, his frame is that of a linebacker with the shorter arms. And with his athletic traits, like I think he could have made a disgusting linebacker. if 5 years ago a coach put him in that route. But as a defensive tackle, I did not see a consistent product. He is a splash play player where sometimes his get off is so good that he can get across the face of a guard and he'll splash into the backfield and he'll make impact plays. He'll put up a good highlight reel over the course of a season, because when it all clicks for him, it's impressive that a guy that big can move like this. But you've got play strength concerns, you've got arm length concerns. He's a sixth-year player. It's not like he was super productive at Florida State either once he transferred from Western Michigan. He's also an abysmal run defender. Now, I said this was the most Rams pick ever in that they always play undersized on the D-line. They love athletes, and they love the outliers with the Rams. But typically the outliers they take, I liked their film. The outlier being, the guy that didn't run fast, or the guy that has the short arms, or the guy that's a sixth-year player, the guy that, maybe didn't get the sacks, but they, whatever. But I liked what they did. I like that you're pairing him with Jared Verse, like Florida State teammate, first-round pick. That's fun. They're very good with undersized defensive tackles, but I'm curious if they're going to be as good with undersized defensive tackles now that the Aaron Donald effect is gone, because teams were always shifting towards Donald. So you could take a Braden Fiske. Like, that's kind of a worry here. Like, they think about what they've been able to do, where which direction the O-line's going to shift, and they've been able to take these guys and split gaps, line them up as a shade, and just knife into the backfield. Is that going to be as effective when the O-line doesn't have to focus on Aaron Donald? I don't know. We'll see. I'm willing to give it a chance. I'm willing to admit I was just dead wrong on Braden Fiske. Pretty much everybody had him as a top 50 player in this draft. I just really couldn't match it. So I'm going to stand on my tape grade, put a little risk on this thing. I get it, but I'm just not a fan of what I watched on the film. All right, so the Eagles, I believe, just traded up ahead of Green Bay. I wouldn't be surprised if they're jumping Green Bay for Edgerrin Cooper here. That's going to be my prediction. But let's catch up on some super chats. We got a bunch of them. So from ZEZ, we did say Cooper DeJean was the most. Oh, Green Bay traded down.
I was just about to say that.
Why? Cooper DeJean. Why do you not like Cooper DeJean, Green Bay? Just do what you're supposed to do. Goody, you're ripping my heart out. Like, they have 13 freaking draft picks. Why you got to trade down? We'll see what they got from the Saints, though. I will say that, because the Saints... Hold on. The Saints didn't... Did they have a second-round pick? I guess... Yeah, they did, obviously, because Green Bay just moved down 5 spots.
Saints were number 13. Oh, sorry. Nope, I'm looking at the wrong day. I'm sorry. 45.
Yeah.
45.
All right. So you're probably getting like a 5th-round pick. Hate it. Goody. Still a lot of good defensive backs on the board, though, so we'll see. I mean, you got Javon Bullard, you got Kool-Aid McKinstry. Got options. Anyway, well, the Eagles pick is coming in here. They got Brandon. Yeah, right? Brandon Graham? Out to announce the pick? Yeah.
I like that.
Sparkling suit?
tux he's wearing.
Yeah, that's nice.
You told me your my idea for your day one outfit for next
Yeah, I'm wearing a suit next year with like the
TFG
swag. We're gonna get a TFG.
bling.
Get like one of those like foam TFG.
Oh, I was thinking some bling.
Oh, like an actual like.
A little TFG necklace.
Oh dang! All right,
for day one next year.
Keep the super chats coming. We can get a 2,000 diamond TFG necklace to wear in the draft stream. All right, Eagles pick is coming in. Brandon Graham's enjoying his moment, apparently. Oh, come on.
Oh, no, baby.
Oh. The frickin' Eagles, dude. Are you kidding me? We already did the he can't keep getting away with it meme last night for them. Why does the NFL keep letting this happen? So you don't, not only do you get Quinyon Mitchell, you get the guy that I can say confidently the Eagles would have been super happy to take at 22. Jesus. I mean, he's probably going to play safety for them or slot corner. It doesn't really matter where he plays. He's just an incredible, instinctive football player. God, the Eagles are so annoying. Dude, literally every single person in this chat is like, why do we keep letting the Eagles do this? He just runs circles around the NFL. I don't get it. They just showed they're just laughing. They're literally laughing. And the Packers just, I mean, they weren't going to get him at 41. So if Cooper's not there, I do like the trade now. But gross. Absolutely gross. Dude, that defense with Vic Fangio next year is going to be insane now. All right, so while we wait on the Saints pick, I will continue to try to catch up on the Super Chats. Might go a little faster through them just to try to keep up here, but could Zach Zinner be there for the Bears in the third? Absolutely, coming off the broken leg. We haven't seen a lot of interior offensive line go, so yep, would be a great option for the Bears in the third round. From CMAO fan, thank you for the super chat. Should the Vikings trade future picks to get Coop? Well, obviously that's done now, but the Vikings ran out of future picks. They have 2 picks left next year after the trade-ups they've already done, so that wouldn't have been an option for them. Javon Williams, thank you for the super chat. Saints fan loving this. Who dat? Here we go. Perfect timing. Perfect transition. And then Kool-Aid goes. I want to punch Gutekunst again. I want to punch him. He would have been the perfect fit for Green Bay. And you trade him to New Orleans. Why? I don't get it. Why did the Packers do this on draft day? They just drive you crazy. Kool-Aid is such a, obviously, and I didn't do a grade for Cooper, but I mean, come on, that's a certified steal. You didn't need me to put that on the graphic for you to put those two together. But this is another great pick for the Saints. Like, they love their press man corners, and you just took a damn good one in Kool-Aid McKinstry. Not the fastest guy, but he is not going to have to cover because you have Lattimore there. They have other corners that are very fast, guys like Alontae Taylor. They're very good at playing those matchups. So, like, if there's a week where they need bump and run and you got to go against fast corners, like, they're not going to expose him in that situation. Just a super solid, high floor corner. I had like a late first, early second round grade. I think he was probably right around 30 on my final big board. So the Saints are very good at moving up for good football players. Kool-Aid was 28th on my big board, so outstanding pick for them. And I'm so mad at Green Bay. He would have been such a good fit for that defense. But we'll see what they do in a couple picks here. Still some safeties that I like. I will say for Green Bay, clearly they're relatively confident in Eric Stokes to be healthy this year, so that's something to keep an eye on. Stokes has had his flashes, was a first-round pick 3 drafts ago. And they are switching to a more man-style system in Green Bay, so it's somewhat encouraging that they believe in Eric Stokes, but they have 13 picks in this draft. I just don't get why. Why are you moving down? You have all these picks. Couldn't you have moved up 2 spots to get Cooper DeJean, who's like the perfect piece for that defense? But super chat from Real Talk. As an Eagles fan, go Birds. Congrats, Real Talk. We're all really happy for you. From Easton, congrats on the 100K. You got it, Easton. Thank you. Falcons front office. Dude, I'm sorry if I'm assuming you're a Falcons fan. Just what a rough trip to the office this weekend for the Falcons front office. So yeah, Kamari Lassiter to the Texans. I was curious where Kamari Lassiter was going to go. He's a slow cornerback. So we spent like 9 minutes breaking him down in my cornerback rankings because there's a lot of different ways to use him, but I don't know if like a press man corner is going to be his style in the league. I do like this pick for the Texans. I don't think it's like a crazy steal or anything. But they're a very zone-centric system that kind of... They're not a true Fangio-style quarters off, top-down system. But they do like their off cover 3, press cover 3. Lassiter can press. He will get in your face. He's super physical. I do think the Texans are a team that are prepared to put a slower corner on the outside and protect him and be smart about it. But I also really think the Texans need a slot corner and they really need safeties as well. That secondary was a huge need for them. So I like going that direction. He's a really smart, versatile, high IQ, and quick. He's quick. That's why I like him at safety and slot corner. So I'm curious where they ultimately play him. He makes sense for me on the Texans. So I think it's a very solid pick.
Somebody is asking about the name typos. Sorry.
So my wife is doing the graphics, so we might get some typos. It's okay. She hasn't been learning, sitting here researching and learning these names like all of us over the last 3 months. So please show a little forgiveness on any typos. We're happy to have her. If not for her, we wouldn't have the graphics. So that's the trade-off. You would just be looking at my chest the whole time instead of the graphic, and I don't think you want that. So super chats. Cheesehead Joey. This was probably 10 minutes ago. Let the corners fall for Green Bay. Yeah, well, I mean, they were falling, but not anymore. From Naga Knows Games. I love the Eagles pick of Mitchell. If the Eagles... This is why we got to kind of catch up on these because a lot of these are becoming outdated. But who makes sense as a second-round linebacker for the Eagles? I think Junior Colson probably makes the most sense because I do like Cooper, but Cooper's raw, a great blitzer, very Devin White-y, who they signed in this offseason. So if they could get Junior Colson, I thought they picked again, but I guess, wow, did Philadelphia gave up both their seconds to move off for Cooper DeJean? Is that right? I mean, I still like it for them, but that's pretty aggressive. Unless I'm forgetting something, but interesting. But yeah, at this point, you're looking at 3rd round, 4th round, like a Cedric Gray would be the guy I would want for the Eagles. From Tanner, hot take, all 4 NFC North teams make the playoffs next year. That is hot. That is spicy. I think the NFC North is going to be extremely good in the near future, but both, I mean, as big of a diehard Packers fan as I am,
still a big question mark.
Exactly. They were a tale of 2 seasons. You can logically look at it and say they were young, they got better, Jordan Love heated up, they're heading in the right direction. But they still got to get to work. They still got to get better. I don't think they're a lock. Detroit does. Their floor is just so high. I feel like they're pretty close to a lock to go, at least as a wild card. Minnesota, I do think, obviously having an incredible draft, but with the quarterback situation, like I don't think J.J. McCarthy's going to be a superstar out the gate. Maybe he surprises in that way, but I don't even know how much he's going to play. So I think Minnesota's looking a little bit more at the 2025 season. Even Dallas Turner as well. He's not, instant impact on that defense in like a superstar kind of way. And then Chicago's going to be I said they're going to be a wild card. That would be agreeing with you. But they are going to be a interesting team to see how good they are. I'm obviously very high on what Chicago's doing, so I wouldn't be surprised if Chicago made it. That's going to come down to how good Caleb is out the gate. But all four, that's a little wild for me. That's a little too spicy, in my opinion. Because at that point, you're counting on either Dallas or the Eagles, basically, to not make it, and it's a tough ask. From Andrew, Bears should trade the Panthers pick next year to come up and get JPJ. I kind of like where your head's at, honestly. Just really go for it. Get you your center now. It's not a bad take. Goodness, my screen just updated. You guys have been incredible with these super chats. I thank you. It does not do it justice, honestly.
Let everyone know. I'll put your Instagram in the chat.
Yeah.
We missed your super chats to DM your Instagram.
So, Anna's going to put my Instagram in the chat. If I missed anybody's super chat, please send a DM to my Instagram, and we'll make sure we don't miss it. That's really important to us. So the Cardinals pick is coming in. Max Melton to the Cardinals. Okay. So I came out a little lower on Melton. Not that I didn't like him. Really athletic dude. Typically, these are the types of corners I gravitate towards. I did think there was another corner in this draft in Andru Phillips that's just a better version of this player. The undersized, uber twitchy guy. Melton's a little more of a physical brand, but he is undersized. He struggles with the play strength side of things. It's a little early. There's other corners I would have gone with, like Andru Phillips. I'm going to say I've got questions on this pick. Definitely they needed a corner, but probably not the direction I would have gone. I don't know. We'll see how good he ends up being, I guess. He was just a little underwhelming for me. I saw flashes, but we are reaching the point where I can pull up some of what I've written on these players and recall some of my strengths and weaknesses. So he was my tied for. This is another reason I don't love this pick for Arizona. And the pacing is going to do us dirty here because they're coming right back in. But one of my takes on this corner class was I'm probably waiting till the third round because I have this huge cluster. For example, I have a 6-way tie for my 14th ranked cornerback, and Max Melton is one of those players. Love this pick for the Raiders. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I would have waited. I would have waited on Max Melton, gone in a different direction with just better football players at other positions. But JPJ, the slide has stopped, and it's the Raiders. So the Raiders are announcing to everybody that they're going to come out and kick your ass. I love it. They take Brock Bowers. They take Jackson Powers-Johnson. That's basically like when they upset the Chiefs last year. They were like, this is how we can beat the Chiefs, is come out, punch them in the mouth, give them a brand of football in this modern era where they're out here now drafting, Xavier Worthy and signing Marquise Brown. They're like, fine, we're going to come out, we're going to run the ball down your throat and smash you at the line of scrimmage, make you to come and tackle a guy like Brock Bowers. I would wager that JPJ plays guard for them for now. Andre James is a perfectly fine center. But JPJ over time is probably going to overtake him as your long-term center. But
I am so sorry. I was ahead on my graphics. He is not a Packer. Let me fix that.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
But I do. It's the Raiders. Okay. The Raiders, not the Packers. Yeah. We forgive you. We love you. It's okay. But I will say, love it on the Raiders pick once we get the right logo. Him on the Packers would have been fun. That old line would be.
I'm so sorry.
You're making me have dreams of him on the Packers now. But I do. I think that's a really fun pick for the Raiders there. And they're setting up, too, like, I want them to go O-line. I still have bigger questions about the right tackle spot than I do the interior of that offensive line for the Raiders. But it's hard to argue with the caliber of player. He's the best available offensive lineman, and I was going to say they're setting up really well. You know, they got Minshew in there now. They're going to help him be better, but when they do eventually make a move for their quarterback, they're setting him up with a really fruitful situation to succeed. Probably next year. Depending, and I have no idea who that prospect would be at this point, but okay. Green Bay goes Edgerrin Cooper. I can take a deep breath. I can live with it. In fact, I actually really like it.
It's a different Cooper.
It's another Cooper. We got a Cooper. So this was definitely someone that I figured Green Bay would be on top of because they want to blitz more, getting away from Joe Barry, thank God. And they let Devondre Campbell go. They have a pretty thin linebacker room. I like McDuffie as their LB2, but I felt like it was definitely a player you could draft a linebacker and upgrade. To me, this is like where Quay Walker should have gone. As a second-round linebacker player, this is right around the range where I'm like, yeah, you can find star linebackers mid-second through the third round. Cooper is a very desirable, true prospect at the position. He's not going to be good as a rookie, and I think the Packers would openly admit that. Also, the NFL just compared him to Devin Lloyd. I'm sorry, NFL Network, that's a horrible pro comp. What? Devin Lloyd was a poor athlete and a high IQ, rangy coverage player. What? Okay. Anyway, I hope that's why you guys are watching this stream. They're like literally opposite styles of linebackers. So that's just, I caught that out of the corner of my eye. But anyway, in terms of grading the pick, I will say I love the pick. I'm not going to say it's a certified steal. This is like right around where I had Edgerrin Cooper going. But, you know, he's going to be a monster as a blitzer. And then you're hoping Quay Walker in year 3 is more of that cerebral commander, middle linebacker of the defense type.
Ducky wants to
All right, Ducky.
Analyze this new hometown pick.
Did we never consider Ducky as a Panthers fan?
I don't think Ducky's a Panthers.
I don't think he's a Panthers fan either. Oh, is he a Saints fan?
Gosh, he might be. I was really thinking Eagles. Eagles or Ravens. I don't know.
Are you an Eagles fan?
He does look good in green.
We might need to do like a Twitter poll to determine. All right, hometown Panthers are up. Hey, Ducky.
Someone says Ducky's a Falcons fan. I don't.
Oh, no, I could see that.
Oh,
I could see that. You like Kirk Cousins?
You love Kirk.
Michael Penix Jr.? All right, Panthers pick. Hoping we get a commercial break so we can really rip through these super chats, because I think I'm like 15 or 20 super chats behind at this point. So I'm thinking defense for Carolina here. My pick would be either Michael Hall or Jonah Elliss, but they can go in a lot of different directions. Oh, Jonathan Brooks. Hey, that was another name we talked about earlier. Was just keep going offense. Give up on... I mean, Miles Sanders is so not good at football. And, okay, they love him. Keep him up. Okay, Ducky, you're staying up here. But, dude, I can't... it's getting close to going overboard on just offense. But I kind of like it at the end of the day. It's like after what happened in Carolina, the just drought of talent that made its way through Charlotte's offense last night. Carolina's offense last year was just crazy. And that was also present in the running back room. Now, I'm not going to go love it because, not that this is a reach on Jonathan Brooks. I had a second or third round grade on Brooks, who's a very talented running back coming off a ACL injury, but he should be healthy. He should be good to go. But at the same time, it's a running back room where they could, ease him in with some NFL options with guys like Sanders and Chuba Hubbard. But the only reason this isn't a love it pick for me is Trey Benson is my RB1 by far. I think he would have been a more talented and even more talented. Not that Brooks is a bad player. So just keep loading up on offense. It is a little hard to argue with after what they went through last year. I wouldn't be surprised at this rate with them announcing that this is their strategy if their third round pick is a tight end, just to completely round everything out. But I guess after you address the vertical threat, the next idea would be let's get a better run game for Bryce Young, and Jonathan Brooks will absolutely accomplish that. So the pick is very quickly growing on me. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Let the dogs out. I'm going to run to the restroom. So give us a minute and a half to 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. Today's draft stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with our professional sports as we wait for our football to come back. But thanks to Underdog Fantasy Pick'em contests, they can help you spice up your interest in MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs with their Pick'em contests, where you can string together stats on anywhere from 2 to 5 players, and you can cross sports too. You can go Shohei Ohtani home runs mixed with Anthony Edwards points, you name it, all the way up to 5 players with the chance from small entries to win massive payouts. My wife and I are huge Twins fans. We have season tickets, and Underdog Fantasy keeps me glued to the edge of my seat, waiting to see if our starting pitcher is going to, get his 30-something fantasy points, or if we're going to get that 7th inning home run I'm waiting on. Even when your lineup doesn't hit, it can feel like you're winning because it just ramps up your interest in every single game. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. And of course, they have NFL when it picks back up, including their best ball tournaments as well. And most of all, if you sign up right now using promo code TFG, they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That's plenty to participate in all your other sports over the summer. And then you got a stash waiting for you for football. Is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with. All right, you guys, we're back. Thank you for waiting. Super chats. I think we left off with from Man. You thought the Commanders' backup QB room told where they were going to go with Daniels. Yeah, Mariota. Yeah, I mean, I would argue Mariota's closer to Drake May in terms of athleticism at this point than he is to Jaden Daniels, but I could see the argument for that. From IDEK, just got a text from Schefter. He said, AD Mitchell texted all 32 GMs in a group chat with an explicit message and said, wow. Yeah, AD Mitchell still here is definitely interesting. I guess the NFL just didn't love his tape, which he kind of like took plays off. He wasn't very productive. It's not the craziest thing in the world. Also, Andro, my wife likes your sweatshirt. What's the brand? This is Target brand. I appreciate it. Anna wanted me to wear something else tonight, and I was like, no, I like this. I like this sweatshirt. So take that. Yeah, it's just a Target brand, so it's probably like Goodberry or what's, I don't know. Yeah. Moving on. The Giants have made their pick. It is Tyler Nubin, local Minnesota boy. First safety off the board. Good for you, Tyler Nubin. So I unfortunately did walk away a little underwhelmed by Tyler Nubin just because he's so not a good athlete. But I will say, as a replacement for Xavier McKinney, he does make a lot of sense. There are similarities there. In fact, I think they may have ran the same 40 time. I do think Xavier is much more quick twitch in terms of that explosive first step to come downfield, make that playmaker, get to the run quickly. I don't know. I honestly, I really thought I was going to like Nubin more. I have been very high on a lot of Minnesota players in years past. But I don't know how consistent he's going to be when he's trying to flip his hips and turn and run. His recovery speed is just not very good. So his margin for error is really, really small. And I like the pick. I think it's a fine pick, I guess, is how I would grade that. I think there's better safeties that they could have taken, if you want my honest opinion. Kalen Bullock, specifically, if you want a guy that's going to step up and be a free safety, I think is just a better prospect. But I don't think it's an egregious pick. Just a little earlier and ahead of some other players that I prefer. But his floor is very solid. Very smart player. Always around the ball is kind of the easy cliche we say about safeties that happen to luck into some interceptions. There's Mason Smith. I mean, him for Trent Baalke definitely makes sense. This is everything Trent Baalke loves in a football prospect, is the freak athlete that isn't actually good at football. So Mason Smith was like the number one recruit in his class. He unfortunately, he had his freshman year at LSU. He got on the field, but freshman year at LSU, it's impossible for most players not named Derek Stingley, I guess, to be dominant. And year two comes, tears his ACL celebrating a play on like the sixth play of the season. So his career got derailed so harshly. Year three comes, a lot of expectations, and just not a very good football player. Like he was totally adequate as a defensive tackle for LSU, but definitely does not have round two tape. But you can see why this guy was the number one recruit in his class. He has incredible length. He has quickness. The absolute 3% outcome on the bell curve outcome for him is Chris Jones. I get why the Jags like him. He's in a situation where he gets to learn from Eric Armstead, who's got a similar length profile. It's a fine pick for me. I had him more as a third to a fourth round guy. It's just another classic Jags pick. This is a lot better than them taking Brenton Strange in the second round last year. So I can live with that pick for the Jags. You're just probably gonna wait. You're gonna be waiting a while on Mason Smith to find out if he's any good. He is really a true project. High pad level, super inconsistent pass rusher. The last thing I'll say on him is, given his traits, I wanted to see a bull rush from him, because he should be able to fly off the ball, strike those hands inside, displace offensive linemen, and he just didn't. He never really had that crazy get off for how athletic he is. So you got to teach him how to get off the ball quicker, on top of many, many other things. Okay. Do I think Newton has the juice as a pass rusher to play off the edge like a Chris Jones? I think they can play him at 5 tech in some kind of different style, nickel rush packages that they'll have for Washington. Like I said, I think they'll find creative ways to get all 3 of those guys on the field at times. Definitely not as like a full-time starter, like they kind of tried with Chris Jones for 6 weeks, but I would imagine he'll get some snaps as a quasi-edge player, sure.
Speaking of Chris Jenkins.
We were speaking of Chris. Oh, when what?
You almost said Chris Jenkins instead of Chris Jones.
Oh, I think I saw it in the corner of my eye. So Chris Jenkins goes to the Bengals out of Michigan. Makes sense. I mean, the Bengals are so consistently themselves. They just draft. They just look. What's up? What about him? The Bengals are very consistently themselves in that they just look at next year's roster and say, what do we need next year? And then they take that player. That's Chris Jenkins. He's going to make an impact as a part of the rotation now. But, and I don't know how long they're going to have BJ Hill. I don't know what his contract situation is off the top of my head. They just signed Sheldon Rankins. But in time, you're hoping he develops into a starter. He's the son of Chris Jenkins Sr. at this point, who was like one of the best run defenders of his decade. His dad was much bigger than Chris Jenkins Jr. And Chris, you're hoping, can be the better athlete and the better pass rusher. But the thing is, Michigan just didn't let him loose. They didn't let him rush the passer. They were contain rushing. They just didn't let him get after it. He didn't have a lot of true pass rush snaps. They would rotate him on and off the field, but he did test incredibly well. He flashes a pass rush in there. It's just the production's not there. So he's in a situation where he can hopefully learn that skill set and become worth this pick in time. It's right around where I would have taken Chris Jenkins. I had him as like a later second, early third round type of guy. I would have stayed close to home though and gone with Michael Hall Jr. personally. All right, and then the Commanders just took Mikey Sainristil, another Michigan guy, back to back. And Pittsburgh is up next. Maybe they'll go for the three-peat here and go Junior Colson up next, calling our shot there. But they have other needs. I wouldn't do that. But Sainristil to Washington is interesting. The reason I say interesting is they took Quan Martin last year, who played in the slot. They, I guess, have more room now for Quan to step back and play safety because Cam Curl left. So actually I do like that because I liked Quan Martin's tape as a safety long term, and I think this pick is saying he's going to move back to play safety. You've got Derek Forrest back there, but Cam Curl left. So you're taking Quan Martin from that nickel corner spot, putting him back there to free safety, and then you plug in Sainristil, who I see why Dan Quinn likes him. He is just the kind of perfect nickel corner where the size and the long speed aren't anything sensational. Now he played some outside for Michigan, but he definitely projects inside. You just saw him come downfield, light up a running back on that hit right there. But the first step explosiveness for him is his best trait. You look at how he tested and how he plays on tape. A 1.51 10-yard split was one of the best we saw at the combine. just under an 11-foot broad jump, which is crazy. A 4.01 shuttle is the best shuttle I'm seeing, other than Miles Harden out of South Dakota, way down the board. But the explosive ability for him is really special from the slot. So they get kind of a playmaking slot. It's a very good fit. I will go. I will switch that after kind of breaking that whole thing down and seeing the fit for them. I'm going to switch that to a love it, because I think there's a extra stacking factor with Quan Martin going back deep, where I think is best long term. But let's go back to the super chats here. So from Cardinals fan, I didn't finish your question. Could I see Green Bay going interior offensive line? I don't think so. I think with the Morgan pick, they're good there. They have other guys on the roster as well, but they have versatile pieces. Maybe in the third round you go IOL, but I don't think they go that in the second round after going tackle first. I think they're going to be looking at safety with their next pick, would be my guess. From James, big Atlanta fan here. From someone who sees eye to eye with your evaluations, my soul is just crushed with the front office so far. I'm crushed for you, James. I genuinely, this is one of the worst drafts I can remember with Atlanta. I don't get what they're doing here. That trade up for Ruke was even worse than the Penix pick, just because the process is so devastating as a fan. It's like, that's our GM trading up for a guy that was not the best player at that position. It's tough. From AK Way, I don't know if you saw, but the Rams gave up their future second to go get Fiske. Ugh. No, Rams. Gross. That's so gross. That would give it a full on, like, truly hate it. I thought we moved past this for the Rams, the days of giving up all these picks. Oh, that's disgusting. I hope he's good. Hope he's good for the Rams, but definitely would not have done that. I would have done anything but that. From Tommy, love your preseason team ranking series. Was my favorite thing to watch this summer. I'm excited for deep dives, man. Really excited. To go from draft season to deep dives, it's a good time around here. Appreciate the support, Tommy. From Tanner. Tanner, you're a Philly fan. I still love you. Tanner. From Clemente. Thanks again, Clemente. You've been huge this weekend. Eagles playing chess while the rest of the league is playing checkers. Gotta respect it, but damn, why don't other franchises do this? Very well put, Clemente. Derek, we clearly got a run of Eagles comments when Cooper DeJean got picked there, because Derek as well chimed in on it. And then we'll pick up with Too Fast for Yo after the Steelers here, but very generous. Too Fast. Welcome back for the second night in a row. Okay, Zach Frazier at 51 to the Steelers. So a lot of people are going to rave about this pick. I think this is just about right for Zach Frazier. He got a lot of like top 35, top 40 hype, and I was like, okay, that's just officially too rich for me. Honestly, it's still a little earlier than I would have taken him for Atlanta. I don't know that this is maybe a take. I don't know that Arthur Smith is going to love Zach Frazier. The thing with him is, I get, like, he's strong. He's a wrestling champ, like 4-time state wrestling champ. You can tell by his blocking style, like, he's got great core strength. He kind of wins these weird, awkward angles. And is a scrappy blocker. But the reason I don't know that Arthur Smith is going to really love him once he's in the building is he's not a good athlete in terms of the movement skills, and they're going to run more wide zone reach blocking than anybody in the league this year. And I don't know that Zach Frazier is the best reach blocking center that was even available to them there in the second round. So he's going to be fine. There's just a high floor on this player. This is about as early as I'm thinking about him. I had kind of a high 3 on him, so we're approaching that territory. But I think this pick is going to get a lot of love, and I'm like, it's a solid pick. It's a good pick for the Steelers. But relative to where people talked about with Zach Frazier, I think it was kind of a meeting of the middle in terms of where the NFL ended up drafting him, what I felt about his tape. But it's a fine pick. But from Too Fast for Yo, the Packers are just trading back to take someone from Georgia. This is my best guess. I will admit, if they trade down and get in their second round haul is Edgerrin Cooper, and they end up with either Tyke Smith or Javon Bullard out of Georgia, I'm fully on board for that as a second round for Green Bay, especially considering you traded down. I never ended up seeing what they got. I mean, if they got a future second from the Saints, like if the Eagles gave up or the Rams gave up a future second to move up, what did they get from New Orleans? Did they steal, crazy value from New Orleans in the trade down? That would make me feel a lot better about them moving down, but I'm warming up. I'm warming up a little bit. We'll see what they got. From Sovereign Magic, does cornerback make sense for Seattle, given that this year we only have Witherspoon and Woolen? Yeah, we talked about it kind of at depth yesterday, actually, about the kind of Kyle Hamilton role, that kind of like big slot in that defense that they're going to run with Mike McDonald. I don't know which direction they're going to go there. Like, do they want that role? Do they want to just more traditional slot corner? But I definitely think slot corner is the need for them. So, is that Tyke Smith? Could that have been Mike Sainristil? I don't know. I do think, yes, you need a slot corner, but generally slot corners are available round 3, round 4. So I'm sure they'll take someone in the secondary. But they also have, they have Kobe Bryant, who can do some of that stuff. They signed, I always forget, I think it's Jenkins from Jacksonville. There's certain players, I just struggle to remember their names. He's up there. But they signed him. So they have different guys that can play that role for their defense. But I definitely think they'll draft someone within the top 150 picks. Colts, Adonai Mitchell. Wow. All right. We can finally go to a certified steel heel. Fitting that was how I misspoke on the Colts pick, steel heel. That's very fitting for a horseshoe. It's kind of funny. I know it's probably iron or anyway. Let's talk football, shall we? Is that why you guys are here? Football analysis? Okay, certified steel for the Indianapolis Colts, going a player that I thought was going to sneak into the back end of the first round. Uber talented football player. It's just a matter of consistency for him. One of the weirder watches, because there's a lot of routes from him where he's just kind of just walking through his routes, kind of knows he's not going to get the ball, and just being lazy with it, honestly. And he's talked about I do that intentionally. I'm trying to save my stamina for later in the game. And I'm like, okay, I don't entirely disagree with you, but don't say that. You're going to fall in the draft if a team hears you say I intentionally don't go 100% every play. So just kind of a weird eval there. But when he wants to really go, he's got really good feet. He snaps off his routes. He's got the polish. He tested so remarkably well, can elevate for the ball. And you're going to put him in the competition now right away in that role that I kept putting Brian Thomas Jr. here for the Colts, right? That vertical go ball guy to kind of open up the offense. Mitchell can totally be that guy. There's 4.3 speed in there. It's just a matter of unlocking it every single play. And you're going to put him right in a competition there with Alec Pierce and let those guys duke it out. And you're going to end up, I think, at the end of the day with a really good outside receiver there. So I think it's a certified steal for the Indianapolis Colts. Finally off the board, we got a Instagram DM.
We got an Instagram DM from Depressed Cardinals fan.
Okay.
Asking, do you think Johnny Newton has the juice to come off the edge?
We actually got to that one earlier.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oops.
So either he missed it or or we're just late. You missed it.
I missed
We're
it.
pointing the fingers at you.
Blame everything on me. It's fine.
But speaking of super chats, let's continue. Teddy needs a treat. The bully stick wasn't enough for you, Ted. Teddy, who should the Bengals take next? Should they take Joe Burrow? Joe Burrow? Do you want him to take Joe Burrow?
He's not going to talk for you.
He's not going to. Can you get him going? No? Okay.
Not from over here, unless you want me to scream over your microphone.
Just trying to embarrass you. It's all good. All right, next super chat from Rocky Roads. Love that play on words there for the nickname, but it's Howie season. I wanted Cooper DeJean at 22. Go Birds. Yeah, good for you, Eagles fans. We're all so happy for you guys. God, what a draft. My God. Like, oh, the secondary is a disastrous problem. Well, let's just come out of the draft with potentially the two best defensive backs in the draft at values because the league, for some reason, didn't want to take those guys. Just wild. Thomas, how do I feel about Max Melton? I don't know if this was before or after the Cardinals took him, but I'm very middle of the road on him. I think he could become a capable starter. I just didn't love his tape. I didn't think he was the stickiest corner. I thought he was undersized. I think he's fine. The Cardinals took him a little bit earlier than I would have, but I didn't hate the pick. From Caleb Talks, I'm a Packers fan and a Falcons fan. Might have to switch to the Falcons switch from the Falcons to the Panthers. Painful draft. It's been that type of night for the Falcons. Whew, that's rough. Huh? Oh, Turnham? Well, because I need to hear what you're trying to say. From Neanderthal, is Drake May good enough to outplay the Mac Jones situation and not be ruined by the Pats? Honestly, no, he's not. They need to do more. That's why the Jalen Polk pick, I was like, oh, that's not enough. Like, they need a little more juice. They need more O-line help. And maybe Jalen Polk is just a monster and I'm an idiot, but I just think he's a fine player, but I don't think he really elevates the wide receiver room from the guys they have. They needed a little more juice in there. So I didn't love that pick. And no, like, you have to be a really, really, truly generational, really level quarterback to transcend a bad situation. And it's a bad situation in New England. So at this point, I don't really want him playing. But also Neanderthal, yes, the college football dynasty streams are going to be super fun. I'm really excited for NCAA to be back. We have a question from our assistant.
No, Brandon, as a Colts fan,
yes,
is very excited about this last pick, but I thought this would be a good time to shout out the mods who are doing the Lord's work.
Yes, the mods, you guys are the best. Thank you for keeping the troublemakers out of the chat. We appreciate you so much. Brandon was helping out with the timestamps on the Patreon 7-round mock drafts as well. So Brandon's a real one. We love you, Brandon. All right, Commanders pick is coming in. Getting close to catching up on the super chats. Hey, Ben Sinnott, tight end 1. Tight end 2, sorry. The bell. Oh, I wish I would have gone all the way in on my Ben Sinnott as tight end 2 take, but I'm still going to ring the bell for this one because I had him tight end 3, basically tied with Jatavian Sanders. Really fun to see him come off the board at pick 53. He is, outside of Brock Bowers, I think the highest upside tight end in this draft. He's just underdeveloped a little bit as a true tight end. So, interesting backstory on Sinnott. He walked on at Kansas State, had no offers, and first 2 years made the team. I don't even know when he got his scholarship, but year 3, he started to get involved in the offense. I think he played maybe 250, 300 snaps, started to look good. But year 4 really came on, became a focal point for the offense and a move piece as a tight end. They played him at fullback. They played him at wing tight end. They played him at slot receiver. They played him in line at tight end. But he just doesn't have a ton of reps blocking in line. So there's a lot of reps where he falls off blocks, he lunges, he misses his strikes. But there's a lot of good run blocking tape in there with him as well. And the thing you love about him is he's filled out. He's 6'3", 250 pounds, which is a little shorter, but he has the play strength to be an inline blocker in the league. But his explosive ability is crazy. So he ran a 4.68, 4.69, but he had a 40-inch vertical jump, the best in the draft, a 10'6" broad jump, the best in the draft, the best 3-cone in the draft, the second best 3-cone, the third best shuttle in the draft. He can get off the ball, not just explosive in the receiving game, but he can create that leg drive as a run blocker. You need that get off to create that force. Force equals mass times acceleration as a blocker. And he's got both of them. So really fun to see him come off the board as tight end 2. And it's not that I don't like Jatavion Sanders. I ended up liking Sanders enough to keep him just above Sinnott, but I had a second to a third round grade on Ben Sinnott. Whereas a lot of the kind of mock drafts had him going more 4th round. And I was like, I don't know, man. I think he's a much better player than that. And Michael Hall Jr., another kind of ring the bell player here. Do it. Okay. Now this is more like where consensus had him, so it's more like a yay. But there were some situations where like people were like, "Oh, 3rd round, Michael Hall," and I'm like, "No, Michael Hall should not be there in the 3rd round." This is maybe my biggest guy in this draft, though, and I love this destination at Cleveland. Holy crap, that pass rush is going to be insane. Close to home as well. Gets to stay in Ohio. But we talked about Michael Hall a lot in my interior D-line breakdown. I ended up with him as my 3rd-ranked interior defensive lineman. So the pass rushing ability speaks for itself. He tested remarkably well. He was one of the most efficient pass rushers in college football. He didn't play a ton. He rotated. He's a true junior coming out of Ohio State, so was just starting to really come on. But on a per snap basis in terms of pass rush win rate, just ludicrous numbers. And then he played at 280 pounds at Ohio State. So inevitably the criticism on him is, can he be a 3-down player? Can he defend the run? Is he big enough to be a defensive tackle? The thing is, and you're seeing a lot of this in a lot of this cut up here, he gets off blocks. He peeks into the backfield. He's got instincts to make plays as a run defender. But the problem is, again, they played him at 280 pounds. So he's inevitably going to get pushed off the ball. But he's put on 15 pounds since he left Ohio State and tested incredibly well at the increased rate. So I think he can defend the run a lot better in the league because Ohio State asked him to play that light. So I'm just a huge believer. I compare him to Justin Madubuike, where he might take a year or two to really get up to speed, but I'm going to go certified steal on Michael Hall. Teddy, stop being camera shy.
Nobody wants to look at the
and yeah, for the Browns, man, that pass rush is already stupid. And you put Michael Hall in the mix there. I've actually made that pick in mock drafts before. I think so. That's a slam dunk pick for Cleveland. Back-to-back years, they took my guy out of Ohio State to keep him in Cleveland. That's kind of fun. Real quick from Tyler, Jeremiah Trotter, pick 78 for the Eagles. Yeah, that adds up for me. Third-round linebacker would be a good move for them. All right, Dolphins pick is coming in. Slowly. Patrick Paul, there it is. Yeah, a very basic name for you. Out of Houston. Okay. I had other tackles that I like better than Patrick Paul, but he has crazy length. He's got like 36-inch arms. I see the vision with him as the long-term Eric Armstead replacement. I think this pick is just fine. I do. He could turn into a starting caliber player for him. He is a project. He's very discoordinated with his hands and legs, not ready to play right away. If you just want that Eric Armstead replacement, he's a good option at the end of the second round. I had a third-round grade on him. It's fine. Who the hell is playing guard and tackle for the Dolphins? That's my question. Patrick Paul isn't one of these guys where it's like, oh, he can play guard until he needs to play tackle when you're done with Armstead. That would have been more of a priority for me. So could that have been a Blake Fisher, who I really like? Even in terms of the developmental route, I like Kingsley Suamataia better for them. Someone that could maybe play guard and then play tackle. So there's that route you could have gone as well. Just straight up just drafted some really good guards that are available here. Christian Haynes in that system specifically could be a monster guard for them. So again, the pick's fine. It's definitely not the direction I would have gone. He could turn into a starter, but he's a risky prospect and certainly not the best offensive lineman on the board, in my opinion. All right. From ZEZ, Panthers taking Brooks was after they traded down with the Rams, then traded up with the Colts. So I didn't even think about that. So the Panthers got a second round pick back next year. That's huge for them to get the Rams second round, because they don't. That's saving grace for the Bryce Young trade. Not only have they given up 2 firsts, Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, the first round last year for Bryce, they had their second round next year as well is going to the Bears. So awesome move, man. Carolina's front office has been maybe having like, is it crazy, chat, to say the Carolinas had the best offseason of any team in the league? I even like some of the defensive signings they've made to make sure they're adequate on that side of the ball. I think we're gonna be watching a much better football team down there in Charlotte next year, babe.
What?
I was just you're checking my Instagram DMs.
Yeah. We have a freshman at St. Thomas that was just giving you some kudos.
Oh.
But what were you saying about the Charlotte Knights?
No, I was just ranting about the Panthers having a good offseason.
I'm kidding.
Speaking of the Charlotte Knights, how are the Twins doing?
Well, I know how the White Sox are doing. They're getting their butts beat again.
Surprise, surprise. Over under 8 more days until the White Sox win another game.
Oh, interesting. They don't play till 8:38 p.m.
That's right. They're in LA tonight. Cool.
All you LA fans, you guys are
we'll be able
get beat.
We might be able to catch the end of the game then. From Jay, what do we think about JPJ to the Raiders? Love it. Great value. I think he'll probably play guard for now. Because Andre James is still pretty solid, but I don't think Andre James is like a forever option for you. So I love their approach, just getting physical, making things easier on Gardner Minshew. Zamir White fantasy owners like her, big winners. I think Zamir White could have a monster season. Good opportunity to remind you guys, Underdog Fantasy Best Ball Competitions is live. You can load it up, draft right now. Go get yourself some Zamir White. $100 match, promo code TFG. So Kappa,
who's gonna win again next season? Me or
we
you?
we definitely can. Do they have TFG versus TFGF props on Underdog? I'll send it in an email and people can.
It's Dr. TFG to you.
Dr. TFG to me. Sorry. That would be funny. Kappa said, What are the Niners going to do? What the hell are the Niners going to do? Is it over? No, it's not over. You still have Shanahan, bunch of great playmakers. It is not over. Are they going to be quite as potent as last year? Maybe not, but I think as long as you have Kyle Shanahan, it's never going to be over, and he's still hungry for a Super Bowl. All right, we're almost... Oh, they just keep coming. You guys are... I need just like a big thank you plaque.
I mean, for the amount that we've gotten, we're definitely going to donate some of this money to charity.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to think of maybe a cause or two.
My favorite two. 3.
March of Dimes and Special Olympics? And military?
You got it.
Yeah, I mean those are some good.
Speaking of which,
good options.
Shout out to the military right now.
Oh, how about that for timing? Yeah, shout out to any veterans or current service members. Thank you for your service. We appreciate you. And yes, a lot of the proceeds here will definitely be donating to those causes we just broke down. March of Dimes is for premature. Is it for just premature, or is it
it's mostly premature, but any really sick,
pediatric as well?
No, it's any sick, really newborn baby. Okay,
so March of Dimes for newborn babies, and then Special Olympics and for the veterans. So let's keep catching up on super chats. Thinking Lassiter do I think Lassiter could play safety for Houston? Yeah, absolutely. I'm very interested to see where they plug him in. I think in that system, I think they could protect his speed and put him outside. Love him in the slot as well, which is a big need. Echo, are you kidding me? Again, my man, you're amazing. Back-to-back nights, $100. Echo.
Thank you. You have no idea how much this means.
Yeah, seriously, you're amazing, Echo. We don't have the words to thank you enough. But just got off work. Colts knocking it out of the park. Yes, sir. Congrats to your Colts.
Favorite mods, Evan, is going to boot camp on Monday.
All right, Evan. Good luck. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much, Evan.
Yeah, let's finish our thoughts on Lassiter real quick. I'm very just interested. Like, I have the utmost respect for D'Amico Ryans and think he's going to find a good spot for Lassiter. He's one of those players, a little bit like Brian Branch last year. He's not quite the prospect that Brian Branch was, but a little bit of that where it's like, we'll find a spot for him. This dude's too smart. He's too instinctive of a football player. He's quick. He's just not fast. So I think safety, slot corner, outside corner, wherever he is, I think he could be just a very solid player for the Texans. All right, Marshawn Kneeland makes a lot of sense to Dallas. I like this. He's very DeMarcus Lawrence-esque in terms of size, play style. That big thumping smasher that can overwhelm you with power, but he has quick feet and can beat you with quickness as well. Not going to be the speediest, bendiest rusher around the corner. Are you going to update the... Sorry. I don't know if you just got an important email or what, but you're like...
I was so invested in the chat. Who just
got
drafted?
Marshawn Kneeland to the Cowboys.
Thank you.
But... he makes sense, and it's value-wise, I think is totally fine. I think I put Kneeland right around this point to Detroit in my latest mock draft, in my like what I would do situation. I had a third-round grade on him. There's other guys I prefer a little bit more, especially like Jonah Elliss, but the league just doesn't seem very high on Jonah Elliss like I am. So I'm going to go as far as saying I love it for Dallas. What is really interesting about Dallas, though, and I don't even fully fault them on this. These are not win-now picks for Dallas. They picked a project tackle in the first, and now your long-term DeMarcus Lawrence replacement, who's really not going to play year one because you also have Sam Williams. And Sam Williams has been fine. I don't know that Sam Williams is ever going to have the run defense profile of DeMarcus Lawrence to be the true starter there. I think they see Sam Williams as designated pass rusher, bring him in on pass rush downs, find a place for him to get after the quarterback, move Micah Parsons around and all that. But like what I was getting at was, okay, so they don't extend Dak Prescott. They took a project tackle in the first round. They take a long-term investment at edge, who I think can be a good player for them, a good number 2 rusher opposite of Micah Parsons someday. But for the whole, like, we're all in Cowboys thing, it really doesn't look that way. They did nothing in free agency. Both their picks are saying long-term investment in this team. It is really starting to feel like Dak's going to be playing for a different football team in 2025. And if that's the direction they want to go, I'm putting Dak on the trade block. His market's not getting any higher than it was coming off an MVP season. Let's see what Trey Lance can do. If you suck, you suck. Get a quarterback next year. I mean, I'm kind of getting that way with Dallas, and I don't even really hate it. I don't think they would ever trade Dak, but it's an interesting draft for Dallas, to say the least. Let's keep catching up on Super Chats here from J. Ken. Carolina move, so another Carolina comment. They moved back to 52. They got the second round next year, and then they use a 5th to go up for Brooks. So yeah, I talked about this earlier, but in case you missed it, love that Carolina gets a second round pick next year, because that was going to be another part of this rebuild for them that was like, dang, they don't have a second rounder next year because of the Bryce Young trade. They kind of stole it from the Rams because I like the Brooks pick. So from Iowa, what are some good third wide receiver options for the Vikings? Well, I will say for the Vikes, I really don't think you need, like, when you have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and TJ Hawkinson, I think you can get by signing the Tyler Boyds of the world year to year, poach the end of draft free agent market, drafting 4th, 5th round guys. So if I'm the Vikings, I'm probably focusing elsewhere, but once we get to day 3 of the draft, a playmaker like Malik Washington could make sense in there, a guy with a little bit of run after catch juice. Jaquan Jackson out of Tulane. I would say like Jordan Whittington as that big slot type for them could make sense. So it doesn't need to be a guy that's getting a lot of targets, right? Because it's something it's been a developing take, but something I feel stronger and stronger about it over time is like when you have 3 elite weapons, if you're putting another guy in the mix there, all you're doing is making any other targets that aren't going to those guys less efficient targets, if that makes sense. So I'd be looking, 4th, 5th round for some depth at wide receiver, but for the Vikings, and they don't even have a 3rd round pick, right? Didn't they had to have parted with that 3rd round pick in those 2 trade ups, right? Maybe they still have it. But because no, their 3rd round pick went to Detroit. So I don't think they have a 3rd round pick anyway. But got you some names. All right, the Bucks are up.
And it's about that time.
We've got a nice little pour of Kentucky bourbon here. Chris Braswell out of Alabama. Makes a lot of sense. I'm just going to keep that like it grade up there for when that gets updated. Right around the range I had on him, late 2nd, 3rd round pick. I did actually have him a little bit higher than Nealon, but you're kind of splitting hairs there. So you could even go love it. Could go love it. No reason not to say I love it. I feel like we're being a little bit too nitpicky. Yeah, I think it all checks out for this pick. After you went interior offensive line, they have a desperate needed edge. No more Shaq Barrett there. Joe Tryon's got one more year left. Yaya Diaby showed some flashes last year, but he makes sense. They love pocket pushers, guys that can get off the ball. And Chris Braswell he's a good bull rusher. I think there's more to unlock in Chris Braswell. He was a little underwhelming to me as a run defender and a little underwhelming in terms of the completeness as a pass rusher. A little one-dimensional in terms of it was basically, I'm just going to try to run through you. But I do think there's certainly room for him to continue adding. Like he's not the bendiest dude, but he's got quickness and athletic twitch to add some more counters in there, and I think he can be a solid number 2 starter down the road for Tampa. All right, Green Bay's up, you guys. I would love myself Javon Bullard, Tyke Smith. Gutekunst loves his Georgia players. You would think defensive back has to be the pick here. Woohoo! Hey, you knew that was so predictable, but such a good pick. Such a good pick. Big fan of this one for Green Bay. Can keep the love it grade up there for sure. I mean, I'm just going to ring the bell because we predicted this 10 picks ago as the guy they're targeting. But, yeah, man, Packers having a nice draft here. I think, and I still haven't heard any word. I'm sure someone in the chat has said what they got in the trade down. I would love to know what they picked up from New Orleans, because New Orleans has a history of trading future seconds to go get a second this year. So if they picked up even a third round next year, or like you had to have gotten something nice in the trade down, right? So to get 2 big needs filled on that defense, your other safety, they go from heading into the offseason, you have no safeties on the roster basically. With all due respect to Anthony Johnson, 7th round pick, I kind of liked last year, but with all due respect to him and nobody else. And now you go Xavier McKinney, top free agent. You plug in Javon Bullard. Edgerrin Cooper is LB2. It's a really exciting. They're filling all their needs really well in Green Bay, and I think they haven't reached on anybody. I think everybody's gone about where I expected them, so very nice. Okay, what do we get?
Would you like to hear the trade details?
I would love to.
Okay. So the Packers send their number 41 overall, and the Saints send their number 45 overall, number 168th, and their 190s. So essentially, they
got a couple. Yeah, they got a couple. So they have 15 picks in this draft,
and 2 extra tomorrow, which they already had.
That's what I'm saying.
How many?
They will have 15 picks in this draft.
I just mean tomorrow. That has to be like 8.
I wonder if they're going to move up. They don't have 15 roster spots for 15 rookies. And they
keeping one open for TFG?
Yeah, seriously. Am I going to be the kicker? It might be an upgrade from frickin' Anders Carlson.
I'm behind.
But yeah, great job, Green Bay. I'm keeping an eye on a move up for Green Bay. You can't make 15 draft picks. You can't. So I think they're far from done tonight. I know they are. They have 2 more picks in the 3rd round. But Blake Fisher off the board. I mean, I get you guys say you like the bell. I'm not a huge fan of ringing the bell because it just seems like cocky. But I was kind of all over Blake Fisher as a 2nd round guy from the get go when he was like in the late, like the 80s on like the consensus board. I'm like, he's a true junior out of Notre Dame. It's not like they've ever produced any offensive linemen. 21 years old, not a ton of weaknesses, solid athlete, well built. Why is nobody talking about this guy as like a top 50 true 2nd round talent? We were talking about him earlier in the draft. Like whoever takes Blake Fisher, I think is getting a starting tackle in the draft. And for the Texans, I like that a lot. I mean, they extended Titus Howard, but he's been kind of all.
I'm so sorry.
What?
There's a little typo on the screen.
Okay, well, I gotta see it. If you're gonna, I can't. I need the mouse. I can't. I have a different.
It's
No, I need to see it. If you're gonna burst out laughing.
Get rid of it. It's right here. It's that thing when you accidentally hit a new thing.
Oh, the lorem ipsum.
Sorry, guys.
Lorem ipsum. Anybody that's ever used Photoshop ever understands lorem ipsum.
Also, I am not a technology person whatsoever. I'm just making that clear. I am in healthcare. Also, he's not on the Bills.
He's also not on the Bills. We're all.
It shifted forward.
It's all right. I'll play his highlights instead.
This one's just a bust, guys.
This one, a great pick for the Texans, not a great pick for us. Not the best execution on our front, but I do really like this for Texans. For the Texans, he could play guard. It just gives you a lot of flexibility with their O-line that they needed. I always was doing my mock drafts for them, and I'm like, I don't know necessarily where they need another piece, but they need another piece. So I do think he's a very flexible player and just a good offensive line prospect that was a great value at this point. So I'm going to go love it on the Blake Fisher pick. I also did not update my grade, so we're both dropping the ball here.
People are just roasting the M. Ipsum. I'm so sorry. They want to know what you think of M. Ipsum, though. What draft grade you give him?
M. Ipsum? I think he was in the original Olympic Games in Greece back in
So you were telling me
800?
The only way to win the football games was to just kill the whole team. So he's a warrior, man.
All right, we're officially. All right, we might need this might be a good opportunity for a minute. To collect ourselves and thank our amazing sponsors over at Underdog Fantasy. Today's stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, and with the draft this weekend, it is time for you to get ready for your best ball drafts over at Underdog Fantasy. If you're watching this stream, I can imagine you've probably done a little bit of draft research, which means you have an edge on the market in terms of knowing who these rookies are, how they're going to contribute to their teams. And a lot of the league winners for best ball and Underdog Fantasy are coming from those drafts in May, in early June, when you have an edge on those rookies before everybody finds out about them. So now is the time to sign up at Underdog Fantasy using promo code TFG. You can get involved in Best Ball Mania where you draft, set it, and forget it. No weekly lineups, none of that. It's all about the draft, baby, as we know. They also, of course, do have those pick'em contests that we all love. MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and, of course, NFL in the fall, where you can string together lineups, anything from 2 to 5 players, picking their stats with a chance at massive payout returns. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will, too. So head over to UnderdogFantasy.com or scan the code on your screen. Use promo code TFG. And they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That is plenty of wiggle room to go around and try all of the different things they have over at Underdog Fantasy. And with that, let's get back to the draft. Today's just in time for the pick. Oh my God, the bell is coming back out. Let's go. This is a real bell. I'm going to ring the F out of this one. Oh, Teddy hates the bell so much. All right, Cole Bishop. Bell for multiple reasons here. Number one, I had him as a second-round player. Not a lot of people did. I went at it with some people on Twitter that said I have an undraftable grade on Cole Bishop. And I'm like, you're crazy. This dude's a really good football player. He's a true junior out of Utah. Really fluid, easy movement skills. He played a lot of slot corner, but I think he can play deep safety. For those that have been around the channel, I've talked a lot about a seamless transition to a quarters-heavy defense like Buffalo runs for players that played a role like this. So it's a ring the bell in the sense of where he ended up getting drafted and where I had him ranked coming off the board here. But a ring the bell because my pro comp on him is Micah Hyde, who's been in Buffalo for a long time, making Pro Bowls, making plays, a guy that came into the league as a slot corner, eventually found a home as a safety. I mean, in terms of the fit, it's not as, I love it as a pick, but I really think we need, the Bills needed a big draft, right? And I think this is like, you lose those safeties. I think they're getting a potential star safety like kind of early. Like, I don't know if it'll be like right out the gate superstar or anything like that, but I think he's going to be a starter in Buffalo for a long time and just makes so much sense. He reminds me so much of Micah Hyde. The way he moves, the size, it's right up.
There was a trade up. The Lions traded
Okay,
up.
Detroit's coming back up. Teddy's just not interested.
Teddy is just showing his booty to the camera.
You want to come down for a little bit, buddy? We'll let him go get some water. Come here, bud. Come sit with me for a minute. Lions are up. Lions are getting aggressive. Ennis Rakestraw. Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of tying Rakestraw to Detroit for a while. So they really basically looked at their team and said, we love our roster. We hate our cornerback room, because they traded up in the first round for a corner and they traded up for Ennis Rakestraw. And they didn't move up too far. I think they were coming up. No, I don't think they did trade up. I think they had this pick. But
I could have been wrong.
Yeah, I don't think they traded up for this one. I think this was their pick. But yeah, they've honestly become a predictable team. Like, they have such a type. We were tying Ennis Rakestraw to the Lions. And I'm going to keep the Lovett up there. I think he's an excellent fit. I think it's a value at this point. I had him as a mid-second round guy. Early in the draft process, people were connecting Detroit and Ennis Rakestraw as a first-round pick, and I thought that was a little rich. He's not that fast. But they clearly have a type. They're just taking two ultra-physical, technically sound man-to-man corners that are a little undersized for a man-to-man corner and a little slower than you like to see for a man corner, but they are really building their program, right? They want these types of humans playing football for their team. The guys that just love to hit, love to play physical. It's a certain brand that they want to bring to the table, and they got two of them, which is hard to argue with, really. And one of these guys, probably Rakestraw, will probably be sitting for a year because they brought in Carlton Davis. You're not putting Brian Branch on the bench. They have a deep safety room. So, Rakestraw is probably more of like the long-term replacement for Carlton Davis. But Carlton Davis gets injured as well, so he can step in, and they won't have to worry about that cornerback room like they did last year. So I do love that for Detroit. And just the double dip strategy in general is something I'm always a fan of, because you don't know that Terrion Arnold's going to hit. But you feel pretty good that one of these two guys is going to hit as a good football player for you. All right, Ravens at 62. We talked about like Troy Franklin earlier being a fit for them at 62. Could that be the pick here? Or another guy that would be good for them would be like Kingsley Suamataia as a project tackle. That screams Ravens. Roger Rosengarten. Okay. So he's been getting a lot of hype within the last month or so. Roger Rosengarten out of Washington. I'm actually not a big Roger Rosengarten guy. He needs to bulk up. That's the thing. His play strength is truly abysmal. He gets thrown around by contact. He can't handle the bull rush. And in the run game, he's really athletic. He can get on the move. He can get to his landmarks. I like that about him. But he doesn't create any movement. When he hits guys, he can stick and run with you, but there's just not a lot of pop in his pads, his anchor, the play strength. That's why when he was getting all this hype, like I think Kuiper put him in the first round and everyone was like, yeah, that's freaking crazy. But he might go in the second. And even then I'm like, that's still pretty rich. Like, I don't know. Give me Kingsley Suamataia as a project over that. Or, I mean, there's other tackles I like better too, like Jarrian Jones, Javon Foster. So I trust the Ravens with their eye for offensive line. They must have a lot of confidence in their weight program to be able to bulk him up because he is a great athlete. He is technically sound. So if you can get 15 pounds on him, and a year from now, if his play strength reaches adequacy level for the NFL, we could be in business with Roger Rosengarten. But I definitely don't think he can be out there right away. And talk about a different breed than the Minnesota tackle that they have, who's like 380 pounds and is just all play strength and nothing else. It's a very different, I guess, parallel that they have there.
I just like that it was Rakestraw and then Rosengarten.
Rakestraw and Rosengarten.
And Rosengarten. That's what I've been doing all weekend.
Raking straw, Rosengarten. There you go. Yeah, as a gardener.
To all the shout out to the grandmas out there like me.
All the grandmas watching our draft stream.
We raked a lot of straw and got our rose gardens ready this weekend.
Now that is the analysis we're here for.
I know y'all waiting for that.
All right, so the Chiefs moved up a spot. With the Niners. That's interesting. So this has to be a tackle. They must be thinking the Niners were going to take a tackle. They want to move up and get that guy. My guess is Foster. Okay, Suamataia. So that is the pick I would have loved for the Ravens. Suamataia is my highest graded tackle remaining after Fisher just went. Suamataia is the truest of true project players. His technique is, I'll just say it, I'm going to play some highlights. His technique is an utter disaster. Even in his starting stance, it's like they just took this giant athletic dude with built in a lab NFL traits, the length, the movement skills, the size. The NFL Network just showed him jumping out of a pool, like from his standing. Like that is exactly what we're talking about. This dude is an unbelievable physical specimen. He's young. He's 21 years old, but his technique is an absolute nightmare. Like he is just out there on the move, trying to move guys, and it's not going to work at the NFL level. So they've got to fix that if he's going to hit. But
if we get up to 3,000 viewers, next time we're at a pool, Marcus is trying that.
Oh my God.
For all of you guys.
Oh no. Absolutely not. But I love this pick for the Chiefs because this is the point in the draft where you just gamble on those types of traits. I had a late second, early third round grade on him, so I think it's right on the money there. And they're just creating a competition in that tackle room. Now, if he's playing year one, you're going to run into some issues, but he could become something really special for them. He's basically like if Jordan Mailata was on more people's radar. Jordan Mailata came over from Australia, whereas Suamataia was actually playing football at BYU. So it's basically like the same concept. But let's catch up on any super chats we might have. I imagine we have a good handful of them. Rocky Rhodes and Tanner both signed up as members for YouTube, which is another way to support the channel. Appreciate you guys. But from Cole Snipes, is Chris Ballard a top 7 GM? I should do a tier list of all 32. I'm not quite ready to put Chris Ballard in the top 7. He's had some rougher years for the Colts. He's very good GM. I don't have any huge complaints, but I wouldn't quite put him in the top 7. doing a tier list of GMs is definitely a podcast episode on my radar for the Fully Inflated Football podcast. So make sure everybody's following the Fully Inflated Football show for a GM ranking tier list video down the road at some point. Question from the producer?
No, I'm just adding to. People would like to see you jumping out of the pool at the Jag Stadium.
Oh, now we're talking. Okay.
All right, if we hit 3,000.
Give me a couple of what are the beer flutes, or what do they call those?
The beer flutes.
Yeah, I'm striking out here. The DC Defenders have their like special marketing, like beer things.
Regardless.
Anyway,
if we hit 3,000, Marcus is jumping out of a pool from
I'm not
position at the Jag Stadium.
Jumping out of a pool. It'll look like this. It's not going to be as exciting as you think. But from Johan Smith, Colts are cooking. If Anthony Richardson takes the step, I'm thinking we may be looking at AFC South champs, maybe a playoff run. I agree. Colts hype is definitely building up. You got to get past the Texans, but that's probably the team I'm most excited to see, like what they look like, because we were kind of robbed of Anthony Richardson's rookie season. He's basically given us his rookie year next year, and he's only, I don't even know if he's 22 yet. So, also from Evan, fellow Packers fan moving to Charlotte this summer. Yes, let's grab a beer, my friend. That would be fun. We can watch a Packers game somewhere. It sounds great. From Johan Smith, Tua's going to get hurt this year. I don't know who the hell is playing interior offensive line for them. I don't think Patrick Paul is like a bad pick in a vacuum, but man, you can't just ignore the interior of the offensive line, I don't think. From Rocky Rhodes, what wide receiver could be available in the fourth for the Eagles? Not Corley or Franklin. Those guys will be gone. But it's kind of the same thing with literally the exact same thing if you caught what I said about the Vikings, where it's like you can really plug anybody in and it doesn't really matter. It's almost like the worse the better, because any targets other guys get, you're just taking targets away from A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, Devonta Smith. It's like you're just a placeholder wide receiver. So it doesn't make a huge difference, but some of the names we listed as good fourth-round options, Malik Washington, Taj Washington could be fun, Jaquan Jackson, Jordan Whittington is a big slot option, more of like a fifth or sixth round option for them. Anthony Gold, I'm thinking a true slot receiver that can come in for them in Philadelphia. Okay, the Niners just took Renardo Green, the cornerback out of Florida State. Good pick for them. Very high floor, physical man corner. They needed another piece in that secondary. This definitely makes sense. Offensive line, okay, I don't get why we're not taking O-line for the Niners here, but I do like this pick for what it is. I'm not going to say I love it. I would so much rather of them have gone with a guy like Christian Haynes on the O-line, a center like Cedric Van Pran. I don't get why both clearly McDaniel and Shanahan are like, yeah, we don't need O-line. Who cares? It's an interesting process, to say the least. But Renardo Green's a good player. Very Charvarius Ward-esque in terms of the physical bump and run style. He is absolutely a Niners type, so I get it. Okay, let's keep banging out these super chats. The Jets have traded up.
Yeah, is this the first pick of the draft, maybe, or have I just...
They took the tackle really early. They just haven't had a pick since. But this is Troy Franklin written all over it, and I love Troy Franklin at the top of the third round for Aaron Rodgers. We did say Ducky.
Looks good in green.
I suggested he might be a Jets fan. We're still trying to determine what team Ducky's a fan of. Might be Jets. But, I mean, this has Troy Franklin written all over it. He's a really good deep threat in that offense. Malachi Corley is also available. He would be a good fit, too, just more of a playmaker type. But this has to be wide receiver, right? They're doing a tribute to the military, so always got to thank our military members when we get the chance. Looks like they might be doing a moment of silence. Or they're singing? Is the band?
I'm not sure yet.
Maybe on the loudspeaker there. Giving them credit or something. But let's do a quick super chat here. Suamataia to the Eagles would be the best feeling I've ever had. Well, he's gone now. You can't have everybody in Philadelphia. But yeah, Suamataia would definitely have been. We compared him to Jordan Mailata, so yeah, that would definitely have made sense. Jason, thanks for the super chat. Are we a Jets fan, Ducky? Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Not until Aaron Rodgers leaves, we're not.
Hey. Hey.
Although Ducky, if anyone likes Aaron Rodgers, it's Ducky, because Ducky is such a menace. He would stir that pot.
You do like to stir the pot. If you could talk, you would go on a podcast and just say crazy things just for the sake of it, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Still going. All right, let's do another super chat. Colts traded down for AD Mitchell. Yeah, the fact that they got extra picks for AD Mitchell for the Colts, this just tells me how backed up we are. It would be nice if we could get caught up so we're more on time with these. Panthers over under 6 wins next year from Snake. I'm going to go over because the division's bad. I think it'd be a 7-win team and really feel good about heading into the next year. From Tanner, who are the most underrated OCs and DCs in the league. I'm going to say Arthur Smith for OC. I really think he gets way too much hate for what he is. And DC, if you asked me 3 months ago, I would have said Steve Spagnuolo, but I think he got so much credit this year. I'll go Lou Anarumo. Doesn't get enough talk as an elite DC for the Bengals. And also maybe another good underrated DC would be the Bears head coach, Eberflus. He gets a lot of crap for what happens with Fields, but he's really built that defense up to be something good there. From Grim, was just giving us the details on the Packers trade, which again, Green Bay's got to be coming back up because they can't make 15 picks. They got an extra 5th and 6th from New Orleans. Okay, Jets pick is coming in. I mean, Troy Franklin in a trade up here for the Jets would be perfect. And it'd be a little bit of a ring the bell moment for us because I was very early on the anti-Troy Franklin in the first round train. But that doesn't mean I hate him as a player. I just hated him where they were talking about him. Let's make sure that's the pick first. Or Malachi Corley, the other name we named for them. It was just a matter of do they want the playmaker or do they want the deep threat? So, love this pick for the Jets. It accomplishes a lot of the same stuff that they could have gotten from Brock Bowers. A reason I liked Brock Bowers for the Jets at 11 as another option. I like what they did for offensive tackle too, but the idea of someone that you can scheme up easy offense for, get the ball out of Rodgers' hand quickly, utilize the fastest release in the league. That flip of the wrist that he has consistently been one of his best weapons. So when you put Malachi Corley out in the slot and flip him a bubble screen, you're doing something most of the teams in the league can't do, and that's just put a running back out there on the move. He's essentially a running back with the ball in his hands, very Deebo Samuel-esque. So you're utilizing that asset, but also you're scheming up easy offense. You're making things easier on Aaron Rodgers. You're reducing the amount of plays where, when you scheme up those quick hitting throws to Corley, that's one less play where you're getting to your drop back passing game and putting him in a situation where he can get hit. So I love the trade up for him. And we're going to go, love it to even like borderline certified steal because it was such a need, but they had to trade up for it. We're just going to go love it on that pick. Kentucky. Western Kentucky.
You noticed it? No, I was thinking the chat would notice it before you did.
I noticed it.
I like to put in an Easter egg now and then.
Oh, that was intentional?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Brenda, we got the Cardinals pick is being announced right now. There he is. Oh, I love that. Okay, Cardinals, we're back. We're back in business. Wasn't like raving about the day 2 route they went, but this is my RB1, Trey Benson. This one's going to get that certified steal. We haven't been used. I was just going to say we haven't used the certified steal a lot tonight, but this is that. Trey Benson ended up as my 32nd overall player on my big board. My pro comp for him is Jonathan Taylor. So I am not going to sell this one short for Cardinals fans. And it's a good situation where well, it's not that he needs to develop, but I think getting to play with James Conner is excellent for him because James Conner is some of the best vision in the league, and just kind of having that guy in his ear, and they'll rotate. It's another year. I went to the fantasy football lens for a second. It's another year where the running back doesn't go to the most exciting fantasy football destination. It's easy to get to fantasy football when you're talking running backs, but for the Cardinals, he's a dynamic pass catcher, a long-term explosive answer for the running back position, and they want to be a wide zone run blocking team. They really do. They brought in the Cleveland offensive coordinator, but they weren't going to do that all the time when James Conner is your running back because James Conner is a bigger back, not the fastest running back. He's more of a between the tackles style, but it'll be enough of a rotation that when you put Trey Benson in, it's not going to be like you're signaling to the other team that this is definitely wide zone. So I like that, but he's definitely going to be a more explosive wide zone runner for the Cardinals. And third round is just great value for me for, in my opinion, an underrated player in this draft and a dynamic kind of difference-making runner for him. So we're going with the certified steal for the Arizona Cardinals. You just put RB1 and wide receiver 1 on this offense for Kyler Murray. That's exciting. Oh, Washington. Ugh. Don't like it.
Do you know Coleman was going to be my first name if I was a boy?
Really?
Yes. I still don't like it.
Oh, you didn't like that pick for Washington? Yeah, I didn't either. Okay, Brandon Coleman. The lesser of the two TCU offensive linemen this year. Hang on, hold on. No, you're good, babe. I apologize. Let me rewind. Forget I said anything. Cut it out. Edit it out. I was thinking of the offensive line. Kansas State and TCU are very easy to mix up. I was thinking of where is he? KT Leviston, who I was thinking of is who I thought they just took. So brain fart moment. Brandon Coleman is less of a reach, but still a reach in my opinion. Really slow feet for a tackle. He has freaky traits. He has long arms, I believe. 34.5-inch arms is like fine arm length, but I 100% think he's a guard. I think they needed a tackle. Not that there were great tackles, but would have way rather gone with a Javon Foster, a Christian Jones. I think would have been in the mix for a starting tackle job for them. Coleman, for me, is a huge reach. He's falling asleep in my arms. I can't give him to you right now. He's just too cute. Even if he's distracting me and making me think of other players. But I do think Coleman's a huge reach. I worry about this offensive line for Jaden Daniels, a guy that I think is going to be getting hit a lot. So many other players I would have gone with. I am going to say I hate it. I had a true day 3 grade on him. You could have pretty much taken any interior offensive lineman outside of those top 2 guys. Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes, Zach Zinner, Mason McCormick. I don't know. I'm going to trust my eyes on this one and be very against this for Washington. I'm not trying to be this hater of all these Commanders picks. I'm not. But it just definitely was a reach for me.
They were announcing him as a tackle, FYI, not a guard.
Yeah, I don't think he can play tackle in the league. I think his feet are way too slow. Watched him at the Senior Bowl, losing a lot of reps. Watched his tape, same deal. He tested well, but I didn't see that. I didn't see that on tape. So I really hope I'm wrong. I will say that anytime I'm harsh on a pick, but I certainly did not see the 67 for Brandon Coleman? Like, come on. That is way too early in my mind. All right, I'm going to give you back to Mom because I got to get through some super chats. You are so distracting. He is just chill. All right. I love my dog, okay? All right. Let's rip through some super chats here from Brendo. Perfect landing spot for Jaden Shurin. That's a good shout. Uber athletic running back out of Monmouth, I think. Any sort of wide zone type of team. So San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Miami. I know those teams don't really need running backs, but I love him. Houston might be a good fit. Teams that want to get to that outside zone style run game. Maybe Cleveland could be a good fit, but really dynamic player, uber productive dude. Liked his tape. It's just that level of competition gap, and he's a little bit smaller, but 4th, 5th round, even 6th round wouldn't be a stun. From Clemente, who do you think steals or gets Trey Benson? I'm going to go on a limb and say the Cardinals steal Trey Benson. Thank you again for the super chat, Clemente. Sorry we were a little bit late for you. We are definitely getting caught up here right now. We're going to get it done. ZEZ, Reed going Suamataia from his alma mater following the Hunt family drafting Rashee Rice from their alma mater, SMU. It's a good shout out. Little alma mater drafting for the Chiefs. Is Malachi Corley just Kadarius Toney? No, very different football players.
Did you see how he named him though?
Madarius Toney. I wasn't sure if that was intentional or not.
It wasn't. And baby laughed so
yeah,
hard.
Madarius Toney. No, very, 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 very different players. Corley is a power profile. Corley, I don't think has like the drop issues that Toney has. I can confirm that. I don't remember him having big drop issues. I have a B- hands grade on him, so definitely has some drops, but it says drops showed up more frequently in his senior year tape at 7.4% drop rate. So the drops did show up, but no, I actually compare Corley to Rashee Rice a little bit, as opposed to Kadarius Toney. And then we have Ronaldo Green gave Malik Neighbors problems. Yes, that first game against LSU was like really what got Ronaldo Green into the second round. Definitely got in Neighbors' face, showed that physicality. I had like a top of round 3 type of grade on Ronaldo Green. Which, by the way, a ring the bell moment for me for someone that hasn't been drafted yet is TJ Tampa. It was in like every top 50 mock draft that I saw, and I just didn't see it with him. I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Tampa. That's clearly where he's going to go. So definitely think teams are taking better corners than Tampa. Autocorrect does not like the name Kadarius. It's not in the English dictionary, huh? Medarius Tony. He murdariused the receiving room. The first couple of games, he murdariused for the Chiefs. That's for sure. Luke says, try to cheer me up about the Cowboys draft. Jerry has let starters leave and done nothing to replace them for projects, except for projects. Yeah, I can't really cheer you up if you were expecting a big season this year. But looking towards the future might not be the worst idea for them. I don't know. It's definitely a little confusing, and I agree. And then Carter, also thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. We are, I think, all caught up. We're all caught up in the super chats in time for this next pick here. So Caden Wallace out of Penn State, right after the Brandon Coleman pick. So I had these guys kind of right next to each other as day 3 guys. I actually think Wallace is a little bit better. Let's see. Is that true? I had a 5.9 grade on Caden. I did have Coleman a little higher. I take that back. I had a 6.0 grade as a developmental project. Oh, that's the other thing on Coleman. I saw him as a developmental player. He's a 6th-year player at TCU. It's just, I'm not a fan of that. Like, if you're gonna be a 6-year player, I need to see that growth. And if your technique is that bad as a 24-year-old player, it's like, how are we expecting that to come along in the NFL? And that's why I had him as a day 3 guy. Caden Wallace is solid. This is early for me, and that was New England, right? So I've got questions on that pick too. I think New England is kind of reaching. I'm not a fan of the pieces that they're giving Drake May. I'm just going to be honest. And I've gone out on a limb and said Drake May is like going to be better than Jaden Daniels and all that. I want the Patriots to make the right picks. I don't think they're doing that. I think they just took a day 3 tackle with the 68th pick. I think they took an average, mid-level starter with the 34th pick when there was much better receivers on the board. I think Wallace was kind of a candidate to be that sort of like 6 man of the year type. He's a strong-bodied right tackle, not a great athlete. And I saw him as someone that was potentially going to be better at guard in the league than he is at tackle. So they're going to take him and put him at left tackle? I don't know, man. It's a big reach in my opinion. The Chargers, there it is. They take, this is, we get some excitement now. The Chargers go Junior Colson. I had mocked them Junior Colson at 47 or wherever they were picking. This is, the Chargers are doing a phenomenal job. Seriously, one of my favorite drafts by far. But Junior Colson was my LB1. But they want to implement the Michigan defense scheme in LA. And they just took the guy that ran it on the field with their defense coordinator, Kevin Minter, in place. This is a brilliant pick. This was probably the easiest decision they've ever made. Incredibly high IQ linebacker, eats, breathes, sleeps football. Great instincts. I think he's an underrated coverage defender in terms of like the zone feel. He's not a great athlete, but he's a good enough athlete. You know who he actually kind of reminded me of is like who Bobby Wagner is today. Not like prime Bobby Wagner, but size-wise, kind of the way he moves in zone. Yeah, they just showed the Chargers draft room. They can't believe it. And I agree. That's a steal. I had him as a top 50 player in this draft. The Chargers are so back. I go at it with Chargers fans because of my Herbert takes, but I don't care, man. I do like the Chargers and I want them to succeed. This is quite possibly the best value that has been selected in the draft. I'm obviously a huge fan. Couple super chats here. Thank you, Marcus and TFGF, for your work. Does your Panthers hype revolve around massive improvements for Bryce Young, Or are they actually assembling a good roster? No.
And the fact that we're moving there.
And the move that, I thought that's where you were going with that. The fact that we're moving to Charlotte. No, man, I really, I kind of did this in my online Madden league, which, hey, let's do a little TFGO love for the viewers. We need some people in the online league. We have like 5 or 6 open spots right now. It's only for Xbox, but here, I got the link right here. We need some people for the league. So if you guys want to apply, it's a great time to come. If you want to play Madden with me, lose to me in Madden, there's the link. I'm just going to drop it a couple times, but anyway, I'm the Panthers in that league, and that's basically I did what the Panthers did. Invest in O-line, wide receiver, no matter what. And, they're just going all offense. I really think you invested in Bryce Young, you got to give them the pieces to succeed, and they're kind of going overkill with it, but I love it. And I'm a big fan as well with the Panthers of their defensive coordinator, Ejiro Evero. I like that they kind of played hardball with him. He kind of wanted to leave, and they were like, look, we get it. It was rough last year, but you mean way too much to what we're going to accomplish. We need to invest on this offense. It's going to cost a Brian Burns to do that. You help elevate this defense. I'm sorry, you can't go interview with the Giants or whoever. We apologize, but we can't let you go. And I like that they did that. I know it's not the best human element and the best way to do business necessarily, but I think it was a necessary move for them to play hardball with Evero, and they gave him some pieces in free agency to play with too. So it's not really just that I'm a big Bryce Young guy. I really think Carolina's doing a good job. And with what Atlanta's doing, that division is up for the grabs. So the Giants just took one of my guys in this draft, Andru Phillips, off the board at 70. We can keep that certified steal up there. I had a true second-round grade on Andru Phillips. They've now taken back-to-back years. They've taken guys that I'm a big fan of, Andru Phillips and Deonte Banks. Huge need for the Giants there at cornerback. So I'm fully on board with this pick. He has easy hips, moves in and out of his breaks really well, quick kind of route squeeze and reaction time. Man, Arizona is all over the place. But big fan of that pick for the Giants. But we're gonna switch real quick to this Isaiah Adams pick. These some of these O-line picks are just not in line with what I was seeing. Now, Adams, I get a little bit more. I want to go to his profile here just to make sure I'm getting my notes right, because this is like getting me ready for day 3 tomorrow with some of these picks, because I had Adams as a late day 3 grade, but he was a tougher eval because I watched his tackle tape and I knew he was going to be a guard. But he moves well, he looks the part, and I didn't go back to watch his guard tape, and if I thought there was a chance he was going to go in the 3rd round, I probably would have done that. But per PFF, he graded out way better in the games he played at guard, and a lot of tackles, you can fix their issues by sliding them inside. So I did see a little bit more of an it factor with Isaiah Adams. I think he's also, he's relatively new to high-level football. He was Canadian-born and kind of had to go that pathway. So there's some traits in there, and I'm going to give him a chance. The other 2 picks with Caden Wallace and Coleman, I didn't really see the upside, especially for a 3rd round pick. But Adams as a guard, I'm much more like I could see me just having a horrible grade on him and being wrong. The other 2 guys I felt a little bit more confident in. So I'm just gonna go with I've got questions, but we'll see. Okay, let's keep going on the super chats. We got a question from the producer.
Again, someone who knows nothing about football. We're about halfway through this draft. What do you think your biggest surprise, draft day, I should say? Well, actually, through the draft. No.
Because Penix was day 1.
What would you say was your biggest surprise? What would you say is your biggest win so far?
My biggest win?
For a team.
Okay. Chargers, to me, day 2 here with Ladd McConkey and Junior Colson, after they went with the tackle pick, really couldn't draw that up any better for them. They're definitely my go-to winner of day 2. Biggest surprise, I mean, in a good way, like the Eagles getting Cooper DeJean that late is like mind-blowing to me. Because I thought, like, they were probably praying he was going to be there at 22. So the fact that Cooper DeJean fell, and the Falcons, again, a surprise in a bad way, trading up for Ruke Orhorhoro.
I think that was my biggest surprise, to be honest. I don't understand what they're doing, and they are burning a lot of bridges in the meantime.
Yeah.
Don't you think so?
I totally agree.
Kirk is going to be real hurt.
Yep.
After this draft.
I think the biggest surprise is how bad the Falcons are fumbling the bag. And it's to the point, like, a lot of times when we criticize a draft, like, the fans of that team are going to stand up and be like, no, you're wrong. They know what they're doing. It's so bad that I think Falcons fans are like, what are we doing? So, really surprising.
And I think Minnesota fans.
What about Minnesota fans?
Well, just, like, in terms of what they did to Kirk Cousins.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
What are they doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but you didn't tell us the team that you think is doing the lousiest yet.
Well, other than the Cardinals, or other than the Falcons, the Cardinals have confused me a little bit. They've been a little bit up and down the board for me. They're just the kind of recency bias answer there. It's always hard on the fly because everything just starts to blend together once you get multiple picks happening.
I feel like no one yet has been doing super crazy lousy.
Yeah. I'm very curious, like, with the Dolphins kind of ignoring the interior O-line. But yeah, there's not anyone. Well, I don't know. That's why we're doing the draft grades, I guess, over the next few days. I do want some. Can I get some feedback in the chat? I want to kind of keep an eye on here because I was curious about this. And you can chime in as well. You're always great with advice for me. But this year I was thinking I'm going to do 32 videos, 32 draft grades videos, one for each team. Is that overkill? Are you going to be annoyed by the noties? Or should I go to the divisional format? I would love, while I have 2,143 of you people here, I would love some feedback on that idea of, do you want the one-offs for each team or keep it in the divisional format? Okay, Panthers pick is coming in. Trevin Wallace. I get it. I would have stayed close to home and gone with Peyton Wilson with the NC State product. Trevin Wallace is probably the worst football player I watched this draft process, but that's not to say that this is, like, by default a horrible pick. I know that sounds like it, understandably so. The reality of linebacker prospects is it is a ridiculously challenging position to play. Mid-rounds, you draft athletes, you give them a few years and see where they're at. If you interviewed him and you believe in the human, you can understand taking this type of athlete. He's a true junior and his tape sucks, but he's got speed, he's got length, he's got size, he's got instincts. And we'll find out in 2026 if Trevin Wallace is any good, but he's just out there reacting to everything. There's no anticipation. There's no zone feel. It's just, where's the ball? I'm going to go run to the ball, and hopefully I can make a play. There's no any sort of NFL skill in there for him. So I know it's harsh to say he's probably the worst football player I watched, but he was up there. His tape was really difficult to get through. We got another Kentucky pick. But at the end of the day, I'm fine with, because this is this. There you go, Dallas. There's a great pick, Cooper Beebe.
What is his name?
Cooper Beebe.
Beebe?
Yeah. But yeah, this is kind of what you have to do at linebacker. Is third round, find the athlete. We'll see where it's at in a couple years. So you just hope he's not playing. He doesn't have to play for them. They have a couple of veterans to run that system. Sounds like Kenneth Murray. Yes, similar, but Kenneth Murray was much better in college than Wallace. But yeah, for Dallas, you finally get a win. This is a certified steal. Cooper Beebe was a top 50 player in this draft for me. He is a mauler. He's every bit what they look for in terms of a head-up blocking scheme. He can play center. He can play guard. And for me, I think he's probably their center. But it does give them some flexibility where if they get to camp and Tyler Guyton, who they took in the first round, who I and everybody thinks is a huge project, if they get to camp and Tyler Guyton's trying to block DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons in practice, and they're like, we can't live like this week one, well, you put Cooper Beebe in at left guard, find someone else to play center, and you can put Tyler Smith at left tackle. So it gives them a little flexibility in that way. But he's a monster. Certified steal, in my opinion. Good job, Dallas. We're back on track.
I just want to comment on the number of Coopers in this draft.
A lot of Coopers.
I think done 3 or 4 already.
Mm-hmm.
And the Falcons already got... Oh, the Falcons.
Hey, Braylon Trice. I had Braylon Trice to Atlanta with this pick in my latest mock draft. So Atlanta's finally doing something I agree with, obviously. I do think it's a value at this point on Braylon Trice. I had a late second, early third round grade on him. They needed another edge player, and I definitely think is going to plug right in. I think he's in the mix there with the veteran from Georgia that's bounced around that they have, and then they've got Ebiketie, another Georgia guy, but they've drafted some third round edge rush projects in the last couple of years. We'll see where my name recall on their front four is struggling right now, but they took a guy out of Ohio State last year. We'll see what he can come along as. But I think Braylon Trice is going to be in the mix and in the conversation for the best edge rusher on that roster, which is why it's so confusing why they didn't take an edge rusher in the first round, because that room sucks. But Braylon Trice is a good football player. I like that he put on weight. He got sick for the combine and still worked out. He weighed in at like 249. Zach Harrison is the Ohio State guy. But yeah, it was kind of interesting because you see the clips here. He looks like a bigger edge rusher. He looks like he plays at about 260. He was listed at like 267 or even bigger at Washington. So it was really weird when we got to Indianapolis and he weighs in at 249. You're like, what? But apparently he got sick. He got back to 259 for his pro day. Made a lot more sense. So I love this pick for Atlanta. So a couple teams that have had some questionable drafts, Dallas and Atlanta, doing some good stuff here on day 3 that you can at least take home if you're complaining about their drafts. But let's catch up on some super chats here. What's up with Troy Franklin? Is it character issues? No, I don't think it's character issues. It's that he's tiny and he struggles with contact, and he probably got overrated by the general consensus. And he should come off the board soon. I wouldn't be surprised if, that'd be a little overkill with Chicago, but Denver's coming up. The Raiders are coming up. Arizona. There's a bunch of teams coming up that could definitely take Troy Franklin. I don't think the fall will continue here. All right, we got a commercial break. We're going to take a brief moment ourselves. Today's stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, and with the draft this weekend, it is time for you to get ready for your best ball drafts over at Underdog Fantasy. If you're watching this stream, I can imagine you've probably done a little bit of draft research, which means you have an edge on the market in terms of knowing who these rookies are, how they're going to contribute to their teams. And a lot of the league winners for best ball and Underdog Fantasy are coming from those drafts in May, in early June, when you have an edge on those rookies before everybody finds out about them. So now is the time to sign up at Underdog Fantasy using promo code TFG. You can get involved in Best Ball Mania, where you draft, set it, and forget it. No weekly lineups, none of that. It's all about the draft, baby, as we know. They also, of course, do have those pick'em contests that we all love. MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and, of course, NFL. in the fall, where you can string together lineups anything from 2 to 5 players, picking their stats with a chance at massive payout returns. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. So head over to UnderdogFantasy.com or scan the code on your screen. Use promo code TFG, and they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That is plenty of wiggle room to go around and try all of the different things they have over at Underdog Fantasy. And with that, let's get back to the draft. Today's stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. All right, we are back. The Chicago Bears are on the clock, and gonna take a minute to shout out my brother, Adam.
Bear, on, bear down. Where?
What's up, brother? We know you're watching. So Adam has been watching literally every draft video, working on his computer with me. So we know Adam's in Chicago watching. Been waiting all night. Bears didn't have a second round pick, but excited to see who Chicago's going to take here. My favorite brother, Adam. So I love you so much. And, we're going to be contributing to the Special Olympics with all of you guys. Amazing Super Chat support tonight as well. So we are very excited for this pick. And Adam, I hope you're having a great night down in Chicago. And I hope your Cubs and your White Sox win as well.
Bear down, Adam.
Bear down, baby. Adam the GOAT. That's right, Scoot. Looks like someone was just rocking a saxophone. I saw that. You get to listen to that. I just have to use my imagination. And then we got definitely a run on Super Chats we're going to catch up on as well. All right, here we go. Could go defense or could go interior offensive line would probably be my direction here. Or Kieran Amagaji. That's a good pick. I like Kieran Amagaji as a project. So he played tackle at Yale. I think he could be a guard. He's not too tall to move in at guard. Yeah, I'm going to say that I think this is I like it pick. I had a 3rd round grade on Kieran Amagaji in that developmental realm. He's not going to help them now. He's not the center need that they kind of need. Honestly, if I was picking, and I think a lot of Bears fans will say, man, why would we not go with a, Cedric Van Pran or a Bo Limmer or that type of guy. But the upside for Kieran Amagaji is really special. He played at Yale, freaky athletic traits, but very raw technique-wise, and just has a long way to go. But if you trust your O-line coach and you think where he could be either as a guard or a tackle down the road, it is sound process to take this type of guy in the 3rd round. So I think it's a good pick for them. The Broncos pick is in as well, but let's answer some Super Chats here from Purpose Over Pleasure. What do you think Bill Callahan saw in J.C. Latham? Reports saying he loves him. Do you think he can be coached to be a great tackle? It's tough for me because I saw the issues with his movement skills, and to me, that's typically not really a coachable thing in terms of having the foot speed to step inside. I'm sure he loves the length. The explosiveness out of his kick slide really does stand out. It's really just the traits, right, with J.C. Latham. The fact that he didn't test, he's able to use his imagination a little bit on the type of athlete he is. I think he's potentially overselling the type of athlete that J.C. Latham is. I kept saying in my draft grades video, though, I was like, look, you want to trust Bill Callahan's evaluation on offensive line over me? Please do. That dude is one of the best O-line coaches in the league. So I could just be so dead wrong on J.C. Latham, but I'm also going to tell you like I see it when I'm putting the time in to watch all these guys that I am. Hey, Jonah Elliss off the board. We love Jonah Elliss. Okay. Oh my God, Denver. Let's go. I thought Jonah Elliss was like, I was stupid high on Jonah Elliss, and we'll see how this ages over time. I'm glad he's off the board in the 3rd round at least, because there was a fear in me that was like, oh, this guy's going to have crazy injury issues, or, you know, I'm just going to be crazy, ridiculously high on him. Him going here at 76, it's like, I'm at least not like insane for seeing crazy potential in this dude. Great bloodlines. His dad played. He's got 3 brothers in the NFL. Crazy technique for a young player, 21 years old, lightning quick feet, great spin move. Denver's gonna have a pass rush now between Baron Browning, Nick Bonito. You got Jonathan Cooper's a nice high floor player, Jonah Elliss. They're gonna rotate these guys all around. They're gonna have a hefty rotation of just guys always out there flying after the quarterback. And over time, you're going to find out, I think, between Bonito, Elliss, and Browning, you're going to find out like who's the guy's worth paying, who's the guy that over time is going to be your big-time starters. I think they probably looked at this and said, he's too good of a player for us to pass up. And I generally agree. I don't think edge was like the biggest need for them. They're still trying to kind of figure out, though, that room. They're enticing players. They're athletic players, but they're unproven. So I'm going to go certified steal. I think, you know, I had a top 50 grade on Jonah Elliss. I had him tied with Chop Robinson on my edge rankings. Okay, Delmar Glaze, Patreon. My friends, ringing the bell. Ringing the bell. Okay, I like this pick for the Raiders. He's a little bit further down the, like, less of a reach than some of these other tackles. I'll say that. But the reason I'm ringing my bell, and is because I did the 7-round mock drafts on Patreon, and I always got to like those 6th, 7th round picks. When you're doing these mock drafts, you're always looking at the same players that you like. And I think in every single video, potentially, those, if you're crazy enough on Patreon and you watched all 7 of the 7-round mock draft videos we did, shout out to you. You're crazy. But I think in every single one for one of the teams, I got there and I was like, I would love to take Delmar Glaze here in the 7th round because the simulator had him falling there. But I was like, there's no way this guy's there. Not that he's... So I'm going to say, I got to backtrack a little bit and be like, I like the pick. I'm ringing the bell for myself and being kind of full of myself. He's a solid player. I liked him as a 4th or a 5th round pick, a guy with a really nice floor, someone that I felt like could be that 6th man of the year type for an offensive line, where if a guy goes down, he can play guard, he can step in at tackle, and you're not going to really have to truly worry about it. But in terms of the play strength, doesn't have like elite athleticism. He doesn't have like real starter traits, in my opinion. And I did like a variety of other players better. Javon Foster, Christian Jones, to name 2 others. So those are the 2 tackles I had higher, but I did have Delmar Glaze as my 3rd best tackle available. And actually, I did have a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him, not a 4th to a 5th round grade. So sometimes I gotta check myself on my notes here. So, like, I think he's their best option at right tackle. I'll say that. I think he's better than, if I pull up our lads, their right tackle from Ohio State, I think. Yeah, Thayer Munford was a 7th round pick in 2022. I think he's better than him. So I like the pick for the Raiders. He's a guy that I found myself gravitating to his film, and I'm like, he's pretty good. Not full on like Zach Tom status, where I'm like, I think he's going to be a starter in the league. That would still be a little bit of a surprise for me, but definitely a little bit of a my guy in this draft. So good pick for the Raiders. All right. Super chat from Grant. Do I see any corners that the Raiders can get here? Sorry, this is why I need to try to keep up on them. But I'm going to advance your question to your next pick, which I'm going to assume you got a mid-4th round pick. The beauty of this draft is there are tons of corners in this range. So, yes, there are corners that you can still get. I love Kalen Carson. I have a 2nd to a 3rd round grade on. Going to be one of the best players still remaining. Kyrie Jackson, Nehemiah Pritchett, TJ Tampa, DJ James, Jarvis Brownlee feels like a good Raider. There's definitely fourth-round options I would still like for the Raiders. From ZEZ, let's go Teddy Cam here. Ducky wants, I don't know if anyone can hear Ducky barking in the background, but he wants a little appearance. Fix his bandana. Yeah. Is that better? All right. Flambeau asked if I would have hated if the Packers would have traded up for Jonah Elliss. I will say Edge is, like, I saw people mocking Edge to the Packers in the first round. I just, of all the needs on that team, I just don't see it. You have Rashawn Gary. You drafted, it's almost like people forgot about oh my God, I will never get this name right. He's my team. It was my team's first round pick last year, and I can't get his name right because I always wanted to just call him Leighton Vander Esch or Kyle Van Noy, Lucas Van Ness. He was always going to be a project. I feel like people got very impatient with him when it's like, yeah, that was the point of drafting him, was like the long-term development for him. Also in a better system for his skill set now with the more of a 4-3 front. But you still have Preston Smith. I think Kingsley Enagbare has done some good stuff. So I don't think the Packers really even have that much room for an edge rusher on their team. So I would have liked Jonah Elliss in that room, absolutely, but it certainly would have surprised me. All right, so Texans go safety Kalen Bullock out of USC. This is a good spot for him. I like him getting coached by this staff a lot. A lot of upside, crazy range, ball skills, a lot of like interceptions on tape. Really what he needed was D'Amico Ryans as a defensive coordinator or someone like that can get to him and kind of light a fire under his ass, honestly, because his run defense was like, bro, what are you doing as a safety? Just entirely uninterested in the run a lot of the times, where he's playing that true free safety role for USC and he's late to diagnose it. A lot of times he's just kind of like, jogging over there, very much like a classic Big 12 style free safety. USC obviously with Lincoln Riley, kind of that Big 12 style defense, which is not a compliment, but he just needs to be more physical. He's young. He still needs to like develop in terms of his keys and coverage and when to risk, when to stay back. I felt like a lot of times in his zone feel, he would kind of just let guys get open around him without attaching on in coverage. So there's still a lot to learn, but in the third round, I'm totally fine with that as a pick. And I gotta update the grade. What do I have? I'll keep it as a like it pick on Kalen Bullock. And definitely a player that if they can get him to be a better run defender, to be that split safety where he can go quarters and, they like to disguise things, but gives them more juice on the back end and someone that can rotate high and have that depth. Okay, Matt Goncalves out of Pittsburgh. Admittedly, I didn't actually get to his tape. He got a lot of late hype from the public consensus. He was on my list that I was hoping to maybe get to today. I was hoping he would get drafted tomorrow so I could have better opinions on him. I'm literally watching the clips of him at NFL Network to see him for the first time. So I can't say it's a huge surprise because he was a late riser in the process, but for that reason, I had already done all my tackle watches, and he was really far down the public eye. But if I pull up I can do it on my laptop. That's all right, babe. If I pull up the Beast Guide from Dane Brugler, how do you spell that last name? Goncalves? It's not coming up on the search menu. Did you spell it wrong? Not Goncalves. That's weird. It's not.
I might have spelled it wrong. I don't think I did though. He's from Pittsburgh. Matt G from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
If I did, I'm sorry, people.
It's all right. We'll forgive you. It's gone Calves, not Claves.
Okay.
So Brugler, we'll defer this one to Brugler. It did have him as OT 13, so Brugler was high on him. He was on top of it. 5th round grade from Dane Brugler.
Teddy doesn't even have his Bengals.
Oh, Teddy. So in general, based on like the consensus on Gone Calves, the consensus would say it's a reach. I'm sorry I don't have a deeper. I wish I had more. He ran, tested out average. Oh, Jermaine Burton.
Jermaine Burton? Are you kidding me?
Are you serious, Teddy?
Are you kidding me? Tell me about it. Tell us.
Yeah?
Is it Jermaine Burton?
Yeah. Oh,
Jermaine
really?
Burton? You gotta put it away.
Jermaine Burton?
Is it Jermaine Burton?
Yeah?
Do you love him?
Do we love Jermaine Burton? Yeah?
You do?
You do?
Love Jermaine Burton?
How much? How much do we love him?
Tell us.
So much? So much? You love Jermaine Burton? Yeah?
Is he the best in the whole world?
Is he gonna be a superstar? Yeah. Okay. Well, you heard it.
He has a lot of thoughts about him.
Okay. Well, what do you need me for? You heard it all from Teddy. One of the more fascinating players in this draft, one of those like off-field type of questions. How far? What is the NFL going to think of his character? Total wild card types of picks. Very exciting tape. I'll say that. He is a do-it-all wide receiver. He's fast. He's got length. The recruiting pedigree, played at Alabama. Great route. Well, I would say flashes of great route running. Needs to improve his pacing and how to sit down in zone more consistently. But a lot of flashes with his route running. Vertical speed. Good run after catch guy. Although that's probably his biggest weakness. A little bit on the slender side. Come here, buddy. We got him all nervous. But he lost his cool and struck I want to say a female reporter, kind of like shoved her like in the head. Not a good look. It was like Anna's giving me a look like you. He was frustrated after a loss. Lost his cool. Obviously, garbage situation, right?
Say it louder. You can't shove anyone, woman or not.
That's what I'm getting at.
Continue.
And he transferred out of. He was at. Oh, was he at Georgia? He was at another big program. Transferred to Alabama, and a lot of reports of like, the coaches don't vibe with them. Whether we don't know all the information, right? Like, is he showing up late to practice? Is he talking back to coaches? Does he not know the playbook? Like, what's going on here? So it's that type of stuff. Maybe kind of an airhead, full of himself type of. Some of these prospects are like fed with a silver spoon and just think they're all that and aren't willing to be professionals. So that's the concern with Jermaine Burton is he gonna grow up? He's a young kid. Is he gonna mature? Or is he gonna stay that way? But there's no denying the talent in Jermaine Burton. It was a weird place. I had a 2nd to a 4th round grade on him with Jermaine Burton because I just didn't know what to do with him. I don't know the guy. But in terms of like, is this a guy that could eventually be a T. Higgins replacement and you hit a slam dunk with this guy? Yeah, he has a ton of talent for the Bengals. So it's a locker room that I think, a credit to Joe Burrow and Coach Taylor, they have built a locker room that can take these types of guys and get the right message to the guy, like get him to focus on football. So definitely one of those, we'll just have to wait and see where this goes types of picks, but could be like a monster sleeper, like I don't want to quite say Tyreek Hill, because Tyreek Hill has turned into like a Hall of Fame talent, but he's a guy that fell for off-field issues, Martavis Bryant type of situation. Like some of these airhead receivers that have all the talent in the world, some of them flame out in the league, some of them become all pro players.
Well, I don't like this comment.
Antonio Brown was another one of those guys. What? All right, we don't need to get into it. So that was the last pick, right? The Seahawks are next after the Bengals. Mm-hmm. We haven't missed a pick. Okay. I am going to do a super chat here. Z-Easy, thank you. I've been saying Kevin Minter instead of Jesse Minter. So Jesse Minter is the DC for the Chargers, formerly of Michigan, not Kevin Minter. Thank you. And then we got from Remington with the super chat. We'll come right back to you, Remington. Seahawks pick is coming in right now. Christian Haynes. There you go, Seattle. Oh, former St. Thomas alumni. John Schneider, general manager, first draft in his control.
Oh, and from UConn.
With Pete Carroll kind of out of his ear telling him who to pick. Apparently us St. Thomas alums see things the same way, because this is the exact pick I would have made. I had a top 50 grade on Christian Haynes. The best, and I don't say this lightly, outside of Joe Alt, I think Christian Haynes is the best move blocking prospect in this draft in terms of wide zone, reach blocks, pull him on the move, a headhunter out in space, can find linebackers. There's a clip in this cut up. I don't know if it played already or not, but he reach blocks Peyton Wilson, who's still available, by the way. But he reach blocks Peyton Wilson. It might be this play. Nope. Peyton Wilson, who ran a 4.4. So for the Seahawks to get him in the third round is a certified steal, in my opinion. I think he beats out anybody on that offensive line right away. And it's I think a system that will get to those reach blocks. We don't fully know what the offense is going to look like with the new offensive coordinator coming in, but definitely took advantage of a guy like Troy Fontenot's movement skills. Oh, Tip Raymond, third round, ahead of Theo Johnson. Yes, let's go. Oh, wow. He was I love Tip Raymond. I didn't know he was going to go in the third round, but I was saying, like, why is everybody talking about Theo Johnson? Tip Raymond's a better player. So love that for the TFG analysis, but is that a little early for Tip Raymond when you have a guy like Jatavion Sanders on the board? You could certainly argue it. It's hard. It's hard to separate things. Like, I had him as my guy on day 3. We're in the middle of the third round here. It's a little early. There's other tight end prospects, but very interesting player, Tip Raymond. He's
and from Illinois.
Yeah. Underutilized in the receiving game, uber athlete. There's like shades of, you never want to say he reminds me of George Kittle, because that's obviously dangerous. But there's been tight ends where it's like, yeah, you take the athlete that was underutilized in the receiving game, that showed flashes when he was used, and you say, okay, we use him more, the production will come up, you keep working on his blocking. He's 270 pounds. He ran a 4.64, just ridiculous explosive testing. And everybody was hyping up Theo Johnson for his great workout. And I was like, hold on. Tip Raymond, also out of the Big Ten, tested just about as well. But when you watch his tape, he actually moves like a great athlete, unlike Theo Johnson, who for a lot of people is quote unquote falling here. So I do like him as well as a complement to Trey McBride. They really want to be a 12 personnel football team. Oh my God, we got to ring the bell again for this next pick. They didn't give me enough time. But Arizona wants to be a 12 personnel football team. They want to do wide zone. They want to do the play action boot thing. And Tip Raymond as a tight end 2 next to Trey McBride makes a lot of sense to me. Really athletic duo with some really good run after catch ability. But I'm going to ring the bell on this, I think, pretty hard. Chat, did I not say in my running back rankings video that I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams took Blake Corum to replace Kyren Williams because they're the same exact player? I am pretty sure that's the quote. I can't find it on the fly on a draft stream here, but I'm gonna ring the bell because I think I called this to a T. If you like Kyren Williams, you like Blake Corum. He's undersized. He's not the fastest guy, but he's got elite vision, effective in the receiving game, no nonsense, highly skilled back who's just not the biggest guy and not the fastest guy. But, you know, it's not good news for Kyren Williams because this basically tells me you're out after we're going to run you into the ground as a 6th-round pick. Enjoy your, performance bonuses, but we ain't paying you for what your production is. It sucks for Kyren Williams, but it's a great fit for Blake Corum. He gets to go hang out with all of his Michigan friends for the Chargers, but he's going to be playing for the other LA team. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I said literally that in the running back rankings. Ramon Foster says I did say that, so fantastic. Let's try and catch up on super chats here from JJ Grosser. Been a fan since 2020. You're the UST, so yeah, UST love in the chat, especially after John Schneider just made a great pick. Our UST alum, St. Thomas Tommies.
Oh, that's what that means?
Yeah. From Shane, I think Green Bay could trade up for Tyke Smith, another safety in a great slot. Hey, I'm all on board, Shane. You know how I feel about Tyke Smith. So I'm all game. We got a couple Green Bay picks coming up soon. From Sean Melton. Both you guys, by the way, Shane and Sean, very generous. Thank you so much. And then from Caro, Philly taking Jeremiah Trotter soon. It adds up to me. I have a smack dab 3rd round grade on Jeremiah Trotter, but Peyton Wilson's also available. Okay, Roman Wilson just went to the Steelers. Back-to-back Michigan players.
That is such a Steelers name if I've ever heard.
Roman Wilson.
Yeah, just a guy.
Yeah, he's a total Steelers player too.
Yeah.
So
another Michigan again. Yeah, you just said that, didn't you?
Another slight ring of the bell on this one. I did not get the top 50 hype on Roman Wilson in this wide receiver class. Really surprised me. He was my 15th wide receiver, and I said I'm a little afraid that he's going to get drafted a little bit too high ahead of other great wide receiver prospects, and it has not played out that way. He is a really good slot wide receiver option. My pro comp firm is Randall Cobb. On a best case scenario, good route runner, good speed. I think my biggest issue with Roman Wilson as I was watching him was he's a slot wide receiver that isn't really good after the catch at all. Just goes down on first contact, not a lot of shiftiness. So I think he can separate. He's got reliable hands. He's a really scrappy run blocker. Arthur Smith's going to love that from Roman Wilson. It's a requirement for an Arthur Smith receiver. It's part of why they traded Deontay Johnson. So he definitely is a Pittsburgh Steeler and a fit for the system. He's great. I know I'm spamming the bell, Melvin, but we've had a lot of bell moments here. But the best thing Roman Wilson is on those crossing routes, and that they're gonna spam crossing routes for the Steelers. So he's gonna be an effective player and probably gonna see a lot of targets in that offense too for your fantasy football teams. Good reminder, Underdog Fantasy, promo code TFG. Roman Wilson could be a nice little later round target for you because they don't have really anybody else. He fills that Deontay Johnson role. Not quite as good of a athlete or a route runner, but is a more physical run blocker. So they're going to like that side of things. He'll be on the field right away because of his run blocking, I think. And all of the other wide receivers on that team are like deep threats, really. So they get a guy that can work underneath really well. Makes a ton of sense. I love the pick. I didn't think when Roman Wilson got picked, I would say love it. But I had a third round grade on him. He goes in the third round to a great spot. So hard to argue with that. We got super chat from Jack Sturdy. What is running the poll, or does running the poll still matter for linebacker evals? Yes. So running the poll is a specific like scouting or coaching lingo for cover two when you have the guy playing the middle of the field. So if you're playing cover two, your safeties are going to spread wide and towards the sidelines. And that's going to expose the middle of the field. So you need your middle linebacker needs the speed to be able to run up the seam with any sort of vertical threats that enter that area. So it just comes down to the scheme, right? There's teams that run a lot of cover two. There's teams that barely sniff cover two. So it's not like, this isn't the early 2000s where, Tampa 2 was the meta in the league and it was a requirement. Like every linebacker had to be able to run, the whole shot on cover two. But there's still teams where it definitely matters. From Jonah, love from Duluth up north. Love it, Jonah. If you're a Vikings fan, congratulations. From Bump, you think Wanya Morris or Kingsley starts at left tackle? I think Wanya Morris. I just don't think Kingsley Suamataia, unless they'll have an open competition, but unless he has just a evolution overnight with NFL coaching, I don't think Kingsley Suamataia can play out the gate. Wow, we have a lot of super chats. What's up?
Do we have Bucs fans in the house who might be Tampa Bay fans in the house?
Why do you ask?
They just got their butts beat by the Chicago White Sox. This is their 4th win of the season.
What are you talking about?
The Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh,
got their
Rays.
Butts beat by the Chicago White Sox.
Wow.
4th win of the season.
That's embarrassing. Congrats to your White Sox.
9-4.
Wow.
We have to throw that out there.
Okay. Got to get your White Sox love in there.
We love football in this house.
Baseball.
But we also...
yeah.
Oh my gosh. I was going to say, but we also love baseball.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up on these super chats before this pick. Browns pick is coming in. Zach Zinter, 3rd round. Okay. He's off the board. I was a big fan of Zach Zinter. Makes a ton of sense for Cleveland. The way that he was able to kind of pull and just delete guys from Michigan reminds me a lot of how they use their guards in Cleveland. They have a pair of Pro Bowl guards, but they're not going to be there forever. Both those guys are getting up there in age. And just an amazing backup to have right away as he comes in, and you get him. He has full time now to recover from the broken leg that he suffered in the Ohio State game, like at the end of the year. So they think he's going to be ready to start the year, but he definitely doesn't need to be here in Cleveland. And it's going to give them flexibility like down the road here because they're going to have contracts coming up. I've talked about this with Cleveland. They might have to make some sacrifices at some point here. And if that means you're moving on from Bitonio or you're moving on from another name I struggle to recall all the time is the hold on a second, babe. The other guard there is a freaking monster. I hate that I can't think of his name, but you might need to move on from those guys at some point. So really good player. Love the pick for Cleveland. I had a 2nd to a 3rd round grade on Zach Zinter, by the way. So definitely value, in my opinion, for that player there. Super chat from Jack. Thank you, Jack. Best wide receiver. Okay. Yeah, we're a little bit behind here. Just a little bit behind. You were asking for the best wide receiver fit for the Steelers. I actually think it was Roman Wilson. I really do. I think Malachi Corley was gone. I would prefer Roman Wilson over Troy Franklin because all of their other wide receivers that they have, they obviously have Pickens, but even like if you look at their depth chart, they got the Memphis kid I like, but various other players that they've signed are all just vertical threats on that offense. It's not that Troy Franklin would have been a bad pick, but I do think Roman Wilson fits the Steelers better for what they needed in that room. Okay, the 49ers have taken Dominique Puny. They've finally addressed the O-line here. So, Puny was fine. I can pull up my notes on him. You know, with O-line, it's sometimes these guys start to blend together. I know I had a 4th-round grade on Dominique Puny. So, true 4th-round grade. So, not a horrible reach at this point for him. Yeah, he did not test well. He ran a 5.35. Strengths, hammers for hands. He has a lighter lower half, which helps his quickness and his ability to kind of stay in front of blockers. He's a crafty, experienced, high-awareness blocker. Really strong hands to, like, latch and mirror. So, he's kind of this weird build. He's got strong hands, quick feet. But because of the lighter half, he's not super explosive off the ball, which hurts his drive. And it hurts his anchor because he doesn't have those shock absorbers in his lower half. So with those notes, it makes sense sort of why the Niners would like him, because he's quick. And they're not even really a true wide zone system anymore. They're more of a power scheme, so I guess I got to pivot from that thought in terms of, like, are they getting the elite reach blocker sort of deal? He's fine as a pick. There's probably other guys I liked better for them. Christian Mahogany, Cedric Van Pran, Mason McCormick. If they wanted to tackle, like, definitely prefer Javon Foster and Christian Jones for them. So I definitely had other players I liked better, but he's fine. All right. From J Mills, thinks I should do draft grade videos for all 32 teams. Well, I mean, I will be doing draft grades for all 32 teams. It's just a matter of, do I do them individually or by division? When I asked earlier, it seemed more people said just do them by division. So, seems we'll be going that route this year. But maybe I'll do a Twitter poll or something if you guys want to voice your thoughts on that one more time. From Steven, first time, long time. What do you think is the best case scenario for the Vikings at 108? I actually kind of like running back. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I kind of like running back for them. Aaron Jones does have durability concerns. He's not necessarily a long-term answer for you either, obviously, with his age. I'm just not the biggest fan of the UNC kid heading into year 3. I would love for them to get a Kamani Vidal, a Audric Estime, a Jalen Wright, get a little more juice in that running back room. I think there's a lot of value to be had in the 4th round of this draft, especially because not a lot of guys have gone. Beyond that, there's a bunch of cornerbacks that could be an option for you as well at that point. So if you want some names there, I guess you would go like DJ James, Decamarion Richardson could be a really fun, freaky athlete project for Flores to work with. Nehemiah Pritchett's a player I really like. Kyrie Jackson, Kalen Carson, if you get him, you kidding me? He's a stud. So definitely some good options still out there for the Vikes on day 3. Will says top 5 front offices right now. Put me on the spot, Will. Well, we did say we're going to do the whole top 32 at some point this summer as a podcast episode. So make sure you're following the Fully Inflated Football podcast. we'll do that over the summer. But got to go Chiefs. Got to go Eagles. I think I got to throw the Ravens in there. It's always so easy to forget about teams when you do these types of experiments as well. I mean, those are the first three that easily come to my mind. I think Cleveland does a phenomenal job. I really do. Detroit does a very good job. I mean, they kind of... I've liked everything Detroit has done other than their draft last year, and they, for the most part, earned the benefit of the doubt and proved that they knew what they were doing last year. So I think you got to put Detroit in the mix. So those are a few that come to my mind for the top five. ZEZ says, ring the bell as the call for the unsubscribed and the validation for those who have followed your content. So you're saying ring the bell as a shout out for all of our 100,000 subscribers? Sure, I'll ring the bell for you people out there.
What about Moon God, who says he's the number one follower?
Moon God?
He says he's number one?
Sure you are, Moon God. Moon God is my rival in the TFGO league. And Moon God, you were not the number one subscriber. You might have been. You were definitely an early one. I know that. But I definitely know a few that I could shout out before you, my friend. Yeah, like my mom.
I don't know that your mom actually follows you now.
Ouch.
To be honest.
Your mom doesn't even. Yeah, she does.
Do you think she does?
She might not have a YouTube account.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah.
All right, we got a Packers pick in. Also, the Cowboys just made a pick.
Yes. Maurice.
Yeah, they took Lufau, the
Maris.
linebacker, out of... Okay, I didn't really see it with Lufau. I kind of borderline hate this pick. There's just so many other linebackers I liked more. I mean, you've got Peyton Wilson. I get if you're really afraid of the medicals with him, but he's just such a more dynamic player. You could have gone Cedric Gray. This linebacker class is just so mediocre. To spend a third-round pick on Lufau, he's a physical player. I get that they want more physical run defense after what happened to them in the NFC Championship last year, but Marshawn Lloyd for Green Bay. Okay, I can get behind that. But yeah, I'm going to stick with I've got questions just because there's not a lot of guys that actually want to thump at linebacker out there. So if you really needed that guy, I guess I sort of understand it with Lufau. But I think they definitely could have waited on that and gone in a better direction. Like, give me Troy Franklin, who's like a potential difference maker at that point. So Marshawn Lloyd for Green Bay is a fun pick. Gives them that juice. He's a good receiving back, so like a really good complement to Josh Jacobs. They want that duo. And a lot of people really like Marshawn Lloyd. I've seen people that have him as RB1 in this class. So I didn't love his vision between the tackles. So that's something that they're going to have to try to coach up with him. But amazing athlete in terms of the jump cut and when you get him out in space, throw him a screen. Like, he's dynamic. I think every bit worth a third-round pick. I had him as a third to a fourth-round grade.
Again, if I'm not mistaken.
You might... I think they actually were scheduled for these two picks. But they are coming right back up. But I definitely understand Marshawn Lloyd as the kind of guy that they're targeting. Ooh, Tyke Smith to the Bucks. Are you kidding me? All right, we got to pivot off of this because this was my biggest my guy in the draft that just went.
Ring that bell, baby.
Ring that bell. Sure, I'll ring the bell for Tyke Smith just because I love Tyke Smith. Total freaking Bucks player. I mean, my pro comp on him is Antoine Winfield Jr., so there's your bell ring right there. He is everything that the Tampa Bay Bucks look for in a defensive back. I think he'll start as a slot corner for them. They announced him as a safety. You also have another guy like this in Jordan Whitehead. They all move around. They kind of do the same stuff. He's a complete Tampa Bay Buck. Dude, he's just really freaking good. I wish the SEC wasn't so stingy about their coaches' film so I could share why I like Tyke Smith so much, but he was a top 50 player in this draft for me. Got to go certified steal on this one. They kind of got their secondary back a little bit, man. At least up the spine with the safeties in the slot. Really fun pick for the Bucks. He fits right in with that group. And you don't know which direction these guys are going to be coming from now, because I think all these guys can rotate and play single high. They can go two shell. They can blitz. They can, one guy can be a slot corner one play, be a free safety the next. Super fun landing spot for Tyke Smith. And they had a huge need still with that kind of slot defensive back position. We got a Cardinals pick coming in right now. Elijah Jones. Wow. Okay. So Elijah Jones, we'll give credit here to EJ Snyder, who came on for our big sleepers, our day 3 sleepers episode. And was shouting him out as like, dude, his tape is super good. He's an incredible athlete. His production was nuts. But he kind of like suspiciously left the team or was kicked off the team. I don't really know the details of what happened there. I don't know that that's been made public. I'm sure Boston College fans are a little bit more on top of it. But he missed the last 3 games of the season for non-football reasons. Clearly the Cardinals aren't worried about it. They spent a 3rd-round pick on him. Like I said, the tools, the tape, the upside, hard to argue with that at this position at the end of the 3rd round. So I'm gonna say I like it. If they did their research and felt like the background is cool and there's not really off-field stuff to worry about there, it definitely feels like could be a potential steal, right? That's the type of profile that can lead to those players where you're like, how did he fall to the 3rd round? He is a 6-year player. I will say that. That's always a minor, I hate to use the word red flag, but just like downside on his profile, I guess is. So I'll say I like it on Elijah Jones. And there's not like a corner left at this point where I'm like, oh my God, we got to get that guy. I mean, maybe Kalen Carson. I really, really like Kalen Carson. But it's not full on like, I'm so seriously positive that this guy's a major steal that in the 3rd round, I'm like, we got to get Kalen Carson. He probably would have been my pick, but hard to argue with Elijah Jones, I think. From Alec, do you think Trenton Simpson will be able to fill the Patrick Queen void for the Ravens defense? Oh, wow. Rocky Rhodes with the $50. Thank you so much, Rocky Rhodes. Rocky, our man. We'll finish with Alec's question. We'll get right to you, Rocky. But anyway, will Trenton Simpson be able to fill the void that Patrick Queen left on the Ravens defense? I actually kind of do. I know I was lower on Trenton Simpson last year, but I did say the second he ended up a Baltimore Raven, I was like, well, he's going to be a stud. In the one game he got to play last year, he looked good. So he was a 3rd-round pick out of Clemson, young player, uber athlete. And like Patrick Queen emerged, he got better, but he also emerged when Roquan got there for a reason. He's not responsible for the Mike duties. It's just run around, make plays, see ball, hit ball. I really think Trenton Simpson is good to go as their LB2. Yes, Alec, I do. From Rocky Rhodes, though, next pick for the Eagles, linebacker or wide receiver. I would go linebacker for them. Kind of like I've talked about with wide receiver. It's like with the Eagles, yes, you look at their depth chart and say, yeah, their wide receiver 3 is really nothing special. But I will continue to reiterate the point of like, there's actually a downside to taking, let's just say like a Tyler Boyd caliber type of guy where you feel the need to give him, I don't know the number, 85 targets, 100 targets, whatever a solid number of targets is. You put something like that or a third round pick in there, or like last year they were talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Eagles, and I'm like, all you're doing at that point is reducing your efficiency by taking targets away from A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, and Dallas Goedert, which is like the perfect trifecta. So for me, I certainly fourth round would be willing to throw a guy into that room, a slot guy, someone that can duel it like a Taj Washington or Malik Washington, fourth round, sure. But still here in the third round, give me a Cedric Gray, give me a Peyton Wilson with this pick coming up. Then one more quick super chat before the Packers pick is announced. It's a Packers question from Tanner. Have I ever considered having Tom Grossi on for the Packers deep dive episode? I don't know that I can't kick Mike Renner off for the Packers deep dive. I would love to collab with Tom though and talk some Packers though at some point, but I can't do that to our boy Mike Renner. He's a shoo-in for Packers deep dive, I think. All right, Packers pick coming in. Tyron Hopper, linebacker out of Missouri. So they're really filling out that linebacker room. All right, Ducky. All right, Tyron Hopper.
Oh, Ducky likes to hop.
Yeah. Solid player. I think he definitely raises the floor of the linebacker room. I would have drafted a corner at this point. Give me a Kalen Carson. Give me something like that. The cornerback room is definitely an issue for me. He's a balanced physical linebacker. I think I had him much lower than this. I had a 6'6" to a priority free agent grade on Tyron Hopper. I don't really get this run on day 3 linebackers that just don't have a ton of upside for me. So I am gonna once we get our graphic here, I'll throw up the grade. The Packers fan in me kind of hates this pick. I'll say I've got questions. Maybe they see something I didn't see when I watched them, but definitely think there were better players. You already went linebacker in the second round. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't really see anything other than a backup and a special teamer when I watch him. Not a ton of like standout traits with him. So not very excited about that one. Okay, so Jalen McMillan off the board for the Bucs. Definitely had the Bucs pegged as a team that could be drafting a wide receiver in this range because you obviously have Evans, you got Godwin. They liked what they got from Trey Palmer last year as a deep threat, but their depth is really lacking, and they're getting someone kind of in that pipeline behind Godwin, behind Evans was a good call. I think this is good value for Jalen McMillan. And I understand not going Troy Franklin because if you believe in Trey Palmer, he is redundant with Troy Franklin as that deep threat. McMillan has a little bit of that Chris Godwin skill set in terms of how you use him. Can play inside and out, but best in the slot. Really good run after catch threat. Good speed on those crossing routes. So I definitely see a lot of similarities in terms of the usage with Chris Godwin. So I see why they like him. I will say I like this pick for the Tampa Bay Bucs. Super chats. Let's catch up. So from LeAngelo Ball, just a general thank you. Unfortunately, quick recap of the Giants draft. I mean, what's not to say about Neighbors? Gotta love it. Second round, they did not have a pick, right? They spent that on Brian Burns. Hard to complain about that. And then they took one of my guys, Andru Phillips out of Kentucky. I had a second round grade on him. They got him in the third. Quick twitch dude. Totally fills a need. Yeah, I mean, I think they're killing it. You're walking out of this draft with Malik Neighbors, Brian Burns, and Andru Phillips. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Remington Wright says we forgot about your chat. I'm scrolling up a little bit here. Not seeing it. Was it a long time ago? Did we miss it?
Please send it to the
Yeah,
Instagram.
please. If you really want us to make sure we get your question, Remington, please send a DM on Instagram, or we'll try to catch it in the general chat as well to answer your question. Thank you for the super chat. It's important to us that we get that answered for you. So, the Instagram was what? Whitman-Marcus?
No, just TFG-football.
For the Instagram?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Underscore.
So Brendo just wants Troy Franklin to the Ravens. I mean, in the third round, that'd be pretty crazy, but they don't have they're picking right now. So this is good timing, Brendo, for you. Yeah, man, if they take Troy Franklin here in the third round, forget about everything I said about pushing back on the hype on him going first round. He's clearly a good enough player to go at this point. Definitely fits with what the Ravens need, too, that vertical threat that they were kind of hoping they were going to get in Odell Beckham. So he would fit right in there. There's also good tackles available. They did go tackle round 2, right? Yeah, they took Rosengarten, so probably not going tackle again. I mean, Troy Franklin definitely would make a lot of sense at this point for them. From Dylan, top day 3 targets for the Patriots at 103 and 110. A heavy hitter. I mean, I'm still so underwhelmed by what they've done offensively. So if it's me and this is the board you've dealt me, I'm taking more chances. Give me Johnny Wilson. Give me Jamari Thrash, Tez Walker, Javon Baker, Malik Washington. Keep the playmakers coming. An offensive line, a left tackle like Javon Foster, Christian Jones. O-line, you still got Mason McCormick there. Cedric Van Pran at center. Yeah, you got some incredible options. Well, not incredible options, but the interior offensive line depth is incredible relative to the 4th round. So I'm still going offense. Now, I don't know if that's what they're going to do because they've already made their picks and the guys they like. I don't know if I agree with the guys they like. But let's see what the Ravens are doing here. Clueless SKB, also thank you so much for the super chat. Also saying Brandon Perna for the Broncos deep dive. It's a good suggestion. We'll see if we can get him. All right, Ravens pick coming in shortly. You've been such a good chill dog tonight. And they go Adisa Isaac. Okay. I mean, it's at this point, that's fine. This is definitely where I saw Adisa Isaac value for me as a 3rd round prospect. Was in a lot of like top 50 mock drafts and stuff. There's probably going to be people that say, "Oh my God, super steal, amazing pick, future superstar." I don't see that in Adisa Isaac. I see there's kind of that like 6-man of the year type for edge rushers at this point, where you want a guy that can do the dirty work, be an adequate backup pass rusher, someone that can drop into coverage if you're a 3-4 team, do a little bit of the tough stuff. But he's fine. He's a quick twitch player, but he doesn't have a ton of burst and power. His pass rushing tool belt to me was just extremely underdeveloped. He just kind of tries to bend around the corner, and I think he's what a rip move, I think, is what I have in his profile. I don't know. I really had a hard time getting excited about Adisa Isaac, like a lot of people. And maybe I just got a bad impression from him at the Senior Bowl where I really thought he was abysmal down there. I don't remember him winning a single rep. And just kind of trying to win with his athleticism. And it's like, you're a good athlete, but he's not a good enough athlete to just win with athleticism. So I'm going to take just a second here. Ducky needs to head outside here. So I'm going to give you a minute to hear from our sponsors. Today's draft stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. As a diehard NFL fan, I get it. The summer months can get a little bit long with our professional sports as we wait for our football to come back. But thanks to Underdog Fantasy Pick'em contests, they can help you spice up your interest in MLB, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs with their Pick'em contests, where you can string together stats on anywhere from 2 to 5 players, and you can cross sports too. You can go Shohei Ohtani home runs mixed with Anthony Edwards points. You name it, all the way up to 5 players with the chance from small entries to win massive payouts. My wife and I are huge Twins fans. We have season tickets, and Underdog Fantasy keeps me glued to the edge of my seat, waiting to see if our starting pitcher is going to, get his 30-something fantasy points, or if we're going to get that 7th inning home run I'm waiting on. Even when your lineup doesn't hit, it can feel like you're winning because it just ramps up your interest in every single game. I love Underdog Fantasy. I know you guys will too. And of course, they have NFL when it picks back up, including their best ball tournaments as well. And most of all, if you sign up right now using promo code TFG, they will match up to $100 on your first deposit. That's plenty to participate in all your other sports over the summer. And then you got a stash waiting for you for football in the fall. So that's promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to Underdog for sponsoring today's stream. And let's get back to the draft. Today's all right. Thank you for your patience, guys. The door for the dogs is like right there, so it just makes sense to let them go out and come back in. But we got some picks to react to. So the Jalyx Hunt for the Eagles. Got to him this morning, actually, just in time. Small school guy, very fascinating, kind of your classic late 3rd round developmental edge pick. I would say it's fine. I would so much rather have gone Austin Booker if they want that developmental edge. But Jalyx Hunt's interesting. He, as of 2 years ago, was at 195 pounds playing safety. And then he transferred to like Christian something or other. Houston Christian. And was just out there. You see if you can wrangle those boys in. The dogs just got a lot of energy all of a sudden. But, he was out there trying to out-athlete guys at that level of competition. Had decent production, but just very much still a project. He's still learning the position. So that was Jalyx Hunt. I think it's a fine enough pick. I would have gone Austin Booker personally. I think he's a more exciting younger developmental pass rush option. And it's like, man, how many guys do they need on that defensive line? You don't want to take any of these linebackers if you're Philly? Like, we're really going to just ignore this position again after what happened last year? You're just going to act like Devin White is good enough? So I thought that pick was, like, fine. Then you had DeWayne Carter out of Duke. I think this is a fine enough spot for DeWayne Carter. I agree with them getting another piece for their D-line. They're an aging defensive line. I personally would have gone with like a Leonard Taylor if you want that kind of long-term developmental option, because DeWayne Carter is very redundant with Ed Oliver. He's extremely light, gets driven off the ball, not a run defender really at all. He's kind of a pass rushing specialist. I wasn't huge on DeWayne Carter. I had him as a 4th to a 5th round guy. He was my DT 11. He actually missed the cut for my top 10 D tackles. Remington, wow, thank you, coming in big. Appreciate you. No, you're good. The next pick is coming after the commercial break. But the thing with DeWayne Carter is, so he's not I don't think he can really play against the run on early downs. So instantly you're like, all right, well, he's either just like a 5 tech if you're a base 3-4 team, which Buffalo's not, and nobody really runs true base 3-4 anyway. So it's like early down stuff's going to be tough for him. And I don't think he's a dynamic enough pass rusher to really get into the mix as like a efficient, like, I don't want to say Ed Oliver because he does a little bit more than that, but if you're just going to rush the passer, I need you to be like, I'm trying to think of a good example, but like Draymond Jones maybe for like Seattle, something like that, where like you're actually really efficient doing it. And with DeWayne Carter, I'm like, he's got some good pass rush moves. He's quick. I really think he's just like an Ed Oliver backup type, honestly. Like, I just don't know that he's going to become more than that. Now, I have heard this is one of those players where his 2022 tape got people really excited, and the 2023 tape that I watched didn't get myself and certainly other people as excited. So could be one of those situations where what I saw isn't everything on him. So I'll keep the door open for that. I think it's a fine pick. But I'm not going to rave about it either. Okay, the Jags go Jarrian Jones out of Florida State. All right. I saw Jarrian Jones as a day 3, undersized, kind of slot corner type of option. I'll read my notes on Jarrian Jones. He was my 26th ranked corner with a day 3 grade, so I'm obviously going to have some questions about this one. Jarrian Jones is a frisky corner, but a bit of a tweener, projecting him to the next level. Florida State moved him into a slot role in 2023 where he had success, but he was inconsistent at sticking tight on the quick-hitting routes that he faced from the slot, in part due to a lack of experience and in part due to a lack of quickness and reaction time guarding those two-way go family of routes. He's also an abysmal tackler with shorter arms and a more lanky player, which all muddy up his projection as a slot player. He can, in theory, be an outside corner in the league, but his production there was limited, and it begs the question of why Florida State moved him into the slot in the first place. Overall, he's a balanced athlete with some NFL traits and good playmaking instincts, but he'll probably need to contribute on special teams while teams figure out the best place for him to play. So I do think this is early. I've got questions. I think there were much better cornerback prospects on the board based on what I watched, so I am going to say a bit of a reach there from the Jags on Jarrian Jones. Yes, Remington, we'll get to yours there. $100 super chat. Unbelievable support.
Are you kidding me?
Crazy support. The question from Remington was, with the Eagles drafting 2 cornerbacks or a cornerback and a safety, why do you think the Eagles took 2 players in the same position group? Do you think Darius Slay's age comes into play? Do you think it's more about adding depth? Can you see both players starting? I mean, it's just the fact that Cooper DeJean can be a safety opens up all of what you were saying. I think there's a world where Bradbury and Slay play a year, and then you need outside corners, and Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell are your outside corners. There's a world where one of those guys sticks around. You put one outside, you put one in the slot. There's a world where Cooper DeJean's your safety. You got Quinyon as your corner. They needed to invest in that cornerback room. They needed immediate help, and they definitely need long-term help. So all around, just Eagles, I cannot really come up with words to describe how much they're killing the draft. I looked at that roster and I was like, pretty much all set except for a couple spots in the secondary. So, yeah, thank you so much, Remington, for the $100 there. And again, a lot of we're going to be making some proceeds towards charity with all of your charitable supports of the channel here. So thank you guys.
Thank you guys again. We can't thank you enough.
We did get a pick there, McKinley Jackson. So admittedly, I didn't finish writing him up. I did watch him. Didn't see a ton. He's a good athlete. He's got the traits. I'm not a big fan of this. Like, you just took Kris Jenkins in the second round. I think Kris Jenkins is just a much better version of McKinley Jackson out of the SEC. It just feels very early to me. If you have to go with another piece, I definitely prefer a Leonard Taylor. It just, the value doesn't really line up there. You still have guys like Jatavion Sanders is still on the board. Like, you don't want to put Jatavion Sanders in that room. You don't want an explosive running back. You don't want to just throw another valuable pick like Troy Franklin in the mix there. Draft Johnny Wilson and see what happens there. Hate it sounds rough, but I didn't really see it with McKinley Jackson. Still very much learning the position. Not a lot of high-end production in college. From Matt, with the Packers switching to a 4-3, who do you think plays Mike, Sam, or Will, and does it matter? It doesn't really matter. They're not really going to be in a base 4-3 all that much. That's especially a dying breed. You know, I think teams, when they want to go base, it's much more often to see them in a 3-4 front or a 6-1 front than it is to see a true 4-3. Like, I would love to see the analytics on, like, how often an actual 4-3, like, from a traditional sense, that's not like a 4-3 odd, that's really just a 3-4 front. I know we're really getting into the weeds here, but I would much more go with the second part of your question where, like, it doesn't really matter. Now, in the rare situations where they are in a base 4-3, you would think Quay's the Mike with his experience now on the team. Definitely the will would be Cooper. I would think the Sam would be, I would anticipate that, I know they just took Harper, but I would very much anticipate that the other linebacker in that formation would be the Boston College linebacker. Anyway, Mr. Boston. I like the player. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. We're 4 hours into a draft stream with a lot of names, but I don't see Hopper as a starter. He's going to have to really earn that job. I hope he surprises me, obviously, but I didn't really see that as a third-round pick for him. From Brandon, do you think the Chargers could double dip at wide receiver? Maybe pick a Troy Franklin, Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington? Absolutely, yes. Especially if it's Troy Franklin, man. Like, that fits right in with Ladd McConkey doing short to intermediate to deep. You got Troy Franklin focusing deep. You got Quentin Johnston as your rack guy. That'd be awesome. Okay, there's Peyton Wilson to the Steelers. So the Steelers, who gambled on some injury-prone players last year, do it again here, stealing Peyton Wilson at this point at the end of the third round. Hard to say a bad word about this man at this point. He's a ultra freak linebacker, ran a 4.4, instinctive coverage skills, loves to hit, a great blitzer. Not a very good run defender yet. They played him a lot off the edge in Pittsburgh. And you could tell, like, just wasn't really great at getting that backfield production, keying in quickly, and especially, like, getting off of blocks. Part of the trade-off to his speed is he's very slender, doesn't take on blocks great. I was lower on Wilson. I had him as LB3, but still a second round grade on Peyton Wilson. So to get him here at the very end of the third is obviously exceptional value. And I actually think he'll be in the mix for a starting job. I can't remember quite what veterans they have in there next to Patrick Queen, but this is definitely a certified steal for the Steelers at this point. I think have continued to have a great draft. So we got Rams pick, then Commanders, and then we are done. Get all caught up on our super chats here. Do I hate Penn State? Most of consensus had Ideza Isaac as a Senior Bowl stud. I just don't agree, certainly off of the one-on-ones. I mean, I watched every single one-on-one snap, and show me the footage that I didn't see. I mean, I watched it with my own eyes. I saw him trying to run around the edge. In the one-on-one, sometimes it looks good because he's screaming up the field, but you're not winning those reps. You're just running up the field. The tackle's just running you out of the play. It might look good because you're getting upfield, but that's not going to do anything in the game, and that's what happened on this Penn State film too. Now, I can't as much speak about team drills. If he was splashing in the backfield, playing good run defense in the team drills, that would make sense because he definitely does that at Penn State. Like I said, as a third edge, as a high floor, early down edge defender, I like Ideza Isaac for that. But I definitely did not see, for me, if I'm drafting an edge rusher in the second round, for me, that's got to be a guy that could become a starter for you in an ideal situation, not in who's the guy the Vikings have had that's been playing a million games, walking into sacks because he's playing 1,000 snaps, but it's his efficiency is so bad. DJ Wanham, not a starter in a DJ Wanham kind of way, an actual, good, we've got our number 2 edge rusher kind of way. I just don't really see that type of upside in Isaac. What would I grade the Packers draft so far? Give him a B+, I think. I think they've filled their 3 big needs. They clearly believe in Eric Stokes, which is promising. The Hopper pick was very whatever for me. I'm going to have to, now that he's a Packer, I'm going to have to probably go back and watch another game and see if there was something I was missing, because I had a 6 to a priority free agent grade on him. So to do that after you just took Edgerrin Cooper is I don't know about that. But Cooper's really fun. Hope he becomes good someday. But worth the value they took him, and then love them.
Those Kitchens.
Oh, we got the pick was in? Was it Kinchins?
Yeah.
Nice call. Look at all those Kinchins. I don't know if you guys have seen that video or how viral that actually went, but that's a great call out by you. But yeah, I'd give him a B+. Oh, Luke McCaffrey? Ugh. Washington. I am not a fan, you guys. Look, I was... We'll come back to this. We got time now that draft's done. But let's start with Cam Kinchins. Definitely makes sense. The Rams were slated to start. I would say love it on Kinchins, because we're going to get an update on the Luke McCaffrey pick there in a second. But I would say love it on Kinchins. I think he was probably my highest graded safety remaining. He was a third round grade on Kinchins. Playmaking dude. I like him in a system like the Rams run. They like quarters. They like to show two and rotate. Definitely fits the value, and I think will be starting, actually. I think the Rams just took a starting safety for them. He's got to improve his tackling consistency. He's a huge risk taker, Cam Kinchins, so he gets himself in trouble at times. But I do love that pick for the Rams. Good value. He'll compete with Quentin Lake, I think, and they like he's got a hilarious name, but I can't think of it right now. He played a bunch of games for them last year. Okay, but for Washington, Luke McCaffrey's your guy? I didn't see it with Luke McCaffrey. I didn't. He's got sure hands. There's still some untapped potential there. So he's Christian's brother. I thought he moved really slow on film. I really did. He ran okay in his 40. The track speed was there. I think he ended up running like 4.4 something. Let's see. I'm trying to find it. I mean, I have him way down there. He's my 35th ranked wide receiver in this draft. He ended up running a 4.46, but man, I did 2 games on him. Was waiting to see it. Saw him at the Senior Bowl. Didn't see a dynamic athlete. So I don't think he's a great athlete. I mean, he played quarterback. He converted to wide receiver. So I think there's some untapped potential in terms of the play speed. It's good to know it's in there with the 40 time. But again, he just did not, against a low level of competition, cornerbacks are staying right in his hip pocket. I'm going to say I've got questions about this pick. I do in general agree they needed a slot wide receiver, and I think that's who Luke McCaffrey is. So the direction they went there. But man, there are some much better players on the board. I think Malik Washington, close to home for Virginia. Jaquan Jackson, a way more dynamic guy, looked way better at the Senior Bowl, and his tape's better. Just a couple options there. Even a guy like Anthony Gold or Isaiah Williams, I think were better players. You're starting to split hairs a little bit there, but man, Washington made some picks today that I just to reinforce the Jaden Daniels pick, like. Man, I think they got a pretty bad haul with the new staff coming in there. I'm sorry, it's just my honest opinion there. But let's recap on super chats or finish up our super chats, and then we will be out of here.
Another super chat that got missed from Gage says, "How would you feel about the Niners taking a tight end soon, like Gabe, Stover, or Eric?"
Well, Jatavion Sanders is still there. Like, he hasn't come off the board. So, good super chat question. I do think they struck out on Cam Latu, in my opinion, last year. I agree. Tight end, big need. Even at this point, a guy like Theo Johnson or an A.J. Barner for a blocking role. Definitely think tight end for the Niners here on day 3 would be good for them. From Austin, what would I grade? Oh, we did that one, the Packers draft so far. Jiffy says, can you give me some optimism for this season? I've never been so underwhelmed by a Ravens offseason. You're coming to the wrong place for Ravens optimism. I kind of came out the gate early and I was like, man, they kind of blew their opportunity. They were so close. They lost so many pieces. Tough to replace all that. Coaching, talent, depth, you name it. I mean, the optimism is you still have Lamar Jackson. You still have a great culture. A team that has earned benefit of the doubt year after year. So it's still, they're not going to be a bad football team, but I do think they're a little bit down the pecking order in terms of Super Bowl expectations. So I hope I gave you a little bit of optimism, but I'm also not going to just lie to your face either. From
you want Worth, he said, how in love would you be with the Raiders draft? How in love would you be with the Raiders draft? Blake Fisher in the 3rd round.
Well, he's gone. That must have been a long time ago because Blake Fisher went early. Sorry we didn't get to you in time on that one.
Clark says, does Washington's decent day 2 make up for any passing on May in any way?
Is there a timestamp on that one? I'm just curious.
Today at 10 p.m.
So you think Washington had a decent day too? That's just funny because I was just saying I was underwhelmed. I mean, I do. They did. I will say they did get Johnny Newton. Mike Sainristil still fits. The round 2 was good, but I do think they wasted some value in the 3rd round. The thing is, the picks I liked aren't helping Jaden Daniels. That's the issue. You're going to be going in. They're not going to be able to fix their O-line issues at this point. They're going to have some O-line issues going into that division. Jaden Daniels starting right away. They got playmakers. That's fine. Luke McCaffrey can be a fine slot wide receiver if he can win that job. But that's when you draft a guy like Jaden Daniels. That's got to be your priority. So they drafted some good players on the defense, but I still am not overly optimistic about the future outlook for Washington. I didn't love the head coach hire. I didn't love the quarterback pick. I wish I could be more optimistic for you, my friend, but that's just where I'm at with them. from Ben, a report dropped that Peyton Wilson doesn't have a left ACL. Well, that would definitely answer the slide, and would be contrary to, there was reports at the combine that said his ACL is clear, or his medical is cleared, but I think, Ben, you're probably more onto something there, considering he didn't go in the second round. So the Steelers last year picked the injury-prone players. They took Darnell Washington. They took Corey Trice out of Purdue. They're willing to do that. They're willing to gamble on those injury-prone guys. They just did it with Peyton Wilson. Joel asked, why are you leaving Minnesota? Can I have your Twins season tickets? You can buy our Twins season tickets. We're just ready for something new. We've fallen in love with the Charlotte city and area, and we're lucky enough to have the flexibility to try something like that before if we were to have kids. Can always come back. I've lived in Minnesota my whole life. I know every neighborhood. I know exactly where we would come back to if we do decide to come back to. But just kind of taking advantage of our blessings, I suppose. So there's why. And then from Sean, who would I want Seattle to go with at 102? I would not be opposed to continuing to address interior offensive line because it is such a big need. Double dipping on a Cedric Van Pran or a Christian Mahogany. My guy Hunter Nauerzad's still there. I'd probably just keep pounding the O-line there. But, secondary, if you want like a versatile secondary option, there's going to be some guys I like there. Jarvis Brownlee definitely feels like a Seahawk to me in that system. I think would be a really fun pick for them. So there's a couple names for you. But, and by the way, we didn't get those quarterbacks. So for Seattle, I know they got Sam Howell, but we were wondering if those quarterbacks were going to come off the board in round 2. Didn't happen. So Spencer Rattler and Michael Pratt have become very intriguing round 4 quarterbacks. But I think we are all set. Catching up on Super Chats. You guys are so amazing. We got one more day to go tomorrow. Day 3 is going to be a grind. I do want to, try to get as many evals prepared. I've got 253 players written up. I got to at least have 262. Because I think that's how many draft picks there are. We've already had a player that I didn't watch in Gonsalves out of Pitt. So the goal is to limit those players. There's eventually going to be guys come 6th, 7th round that I didn't quite get to, but looking forward to it. That's really where we make our money is day 3, getting those opinions out there. Who are the sleepers? Who can we kind of keep an eye on? Fantasy football, all that stuff. But yeah, we're out of here. Ian says should do a Minnesota fan meetup before we leave. Something to think about for sure. That's a good call. We'll think about that. It'd be a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll see you guys very soon. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.